Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-27, Proposed Marriage. It was all thanks to the personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor. This Feng didn't really do anything, so I don't deserve your gratitude. Feng Chengxi put on a faint smile. Meng Ru shook her head. Young city lord, if you hadn't come to the rescue in time, the consequences would have been dreadful. Seeing that he was still standing, she quickly invited him to have a seat. Feng Chengxi thanked her and elegantly took a seat. They went on to have a chat in a joyful manner. 1 hour later, Meng Ru appeared fatigued, so Chuer promptly said, "Eldest young lady, it's getting late now, so we should head home. Otherwise the patriarch will be worried about you." Following a nod, Meng Ru rose from the seat and bid Feng Chengxi farewell. The latter didn't make her stay as he watched them leave. It wasn't until Meng Ru and her personal bodyguards were out of sight that Feng Chengxi put on a smile and called out, "Junior brother Yang." The sword-holding young man beside him appeared doubtful, as he had no idea why the young master suddenly shouted at the air, just when he wanted to ask him about it. A figure emerged from the shadow, all of a sudden like a phantom. He wasn't even aware of his presence this whole time. Flabbergasted, the sword-holding young man dexterously hid behind Feng Chengxi and stuck out his head before yelling, "Who are you?" Ignoring him, Yang Kai stared at Feng Chengxi and cupped his fist. "Senior brother Feng." As their eyes met, there seemed to be sparks flying in the air. The sword-holding young man appeared puzzled. Judging from the way the young master and this strange man called each other, they seemed to be fellow brothers. However, at this moment, they appeared to be in a conflict for some reason. What made the sword-holding young man feel even more perplexed was that this man, surnamed Yang, was apparently a personal bodyguard from the Meng Manor. So how was it possible that he and the young city lord were fellow brothers? "I've heard a lot about you, junior brother Yang. We've finally met each other. You're indeed a handsome man." Feng Chengxi flashed a smile at him. "Many thanks for the compliment, senior brother," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. Sensing his impassiveness, Feng Chengxi said with a frown, "It wasn't my idea to come into this world. However, since I've received the order from my honored master, I have to do my best. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." Yang Kai nodded. "We'll do our best in our own ways then. However, I still have to persuade you to quit as early as possible so that you'll be spared the embarrassment." Feng Chengxi asked with a smile, "Do you have so much confidence in yourself, junior brother?" Yang Kai lifted his head and replied arrogantly, "Don't you get it? I'm very close to her now." He found it somewhat laughable that he was competing against another man to win over a woman's heart. Feng Chengxi said, "I'm fully aware of the advantages you have, but you'd better not underestimate me. I have my own advantages as well." "I'll be looking forward to it, then." Yang Kai turned around and disappeared into the darkness. A moment later, the sword-holding young man, who was hiding behind Feng Chengxi, looked around curiously. "Young master, is that ghost gone?" An annoyed Feng Chengxi knocked on his head. "What nonsense are you spouting? We're heading back now." "Yes," the sword-holding young man responded as he kept looking back at the stone pavilion, as though a saber and sword-wielding ghost would reappear at any moment. Yang Kai would soon find out what Feng Chengxi's plan to do. That guy showcased his advantage with just one move and forced Yang Kai onto the defensive. The day after they returned from Gratitude Shrine, the eldest young lady and Qian Qian were learning martial arts from Yang Kai, when Chuer rushed over with an excited expression and shouted, "Eldest young lady! Eldest young lady! Something major has happened." Meng Ru, who was wielding the wooden sword, was shocked as she stopped what she was doing and looked at her. However, upon seeing Chuer's expression, she glared at her. "Why are you shouting? I was frightened." Chuer stood in front of the eldest young lady and stuck out her tongue before saying in a hushed voice, "Eldest young lady, something major has really happened." "What's the matter?" Meng Ru asked with a frown. While trying to be mysterious, Chuyer glanced at her and replied, "It's something great." A helpless Meng Ru rapidly extended her hand and pinched the other woman's waist. "How dare you keep me on tenterhooks? Are you going to tell me or not?" Chuyer giggled and begged for mercy, after which Meng Ru let her off. Qian Qian picked up a towel and passed it to Meng Ru, who wiped her face with it and listened attentively. It was then that Chuyer said, "Those from City Lord's mansion have sent us several gift carts. It's said that the young City Lord is proposing marriage." Meng Ru froze for a moment before taking a glance at Yang Kai with anxiety and asking nervously, "Propose marriage? What are you talking about?" Chuyer replied with a smile, "What else could it be? It's the marriage between you and the young City Lord. You saw him yesterday. He's handsome and good at martial arts. Moreover, he's wealthy and mild-tempered. Everything about him is good. He's a perfect match for you." An anxious Meng Ru asked, "Did my father agree to it?" Chuyer shook her head. "I have no idea, but the patriarch looks pleased. He's having a chat with the young City Lord in the reception hall right now." Upon hearing that, Meng Ru quickly tossed the towel away and sprinted off. A shocked Chuyer asked, "Where are you going, eldest young lady?" Meng Ru ignored her. Nevertheless, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and stood there for a moment before turning around. With a conflicted expression, she gazed at Yang Kai. "Guard Yang, I'm a little tired now, so let's call it a day." Yang Kai nodded. "Since you're tired, you should get some rest, eldest young lady." Following that, Meng Ru shuffled into her room and closed the door. All of a sudden, Chuyer glared at Yang Kai, her eyes full of hostility. 1 hour later, the Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi arrived at the inner court and entered Meng Ru's room. It wasn't certain what the conversation was about, but when he left the room, he shook his head and sighed in a helpless manner. Chuyer followed him, but she was soon captured by the patriarch's personal bodyguard and brought to Meng Deyi. She could be completely at ease in front of the eldest young lady. After all, they grew up together, so they were as close as sisters. However, in front of the patriarch, she would never dare to cross the line. That was because there were initially 3 other girls who grew up with the eldest young lady, but eventually she was the only one left. The eldest young lady was innocent and kind-hearted, so she thought that the 3 maidservants had found decent husbands. Nevertheless, Chuyer knew that they had already lost their lives. While working for the eldest young lady, one might be killed for making even a small mistake. Kneeling in front of the patriarch, Chuyer was trembling. "Patriarch, there's something I need to tell you." With his hands behind his back, Meng Deyi said impassively, "Speak." After hesitating for a moment, Chuyer replied in a shaking voice, "I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but the eldest young lady, she seems to have developed some feelings for Guard Yang." Then she quickly added, "I don't know if it's just a misunderstanding. I'm not certain about anything." The patriarch didn't respond in any way. However, Chuyer knew that it was how the patriarch reacted when he was furious, so she became increasingly anxious. A moment later, the patriarch asked, "When did you discover it?" A terrified Chuyer replied, "After the eldest young lady was rescued." Meng Deyi questioned, "It has been months since she was rescued. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chuyer pressed her head against the ground. "I wouldn't dare to." "You wouldn't dare to?" Meng Deyi sneered. "Cut her into pieces to fertilize the plants." Chuyer felt her entire figure turning limp. It wasn't until 2 personal bodyguards took her arms and dragged her out of the place that she started begging for mercy. "Please have mercy on me, patriarch. Please spare my life. I'm the only long-time maidservant by the eldest young lady's side now. If I'm killed, she'll be sad." Her words just barely saved her. After receiving an instruction, the 2 personal bodyguards dropped her. Meng Deyi's voice could be heard saying from a distance, "Watch over the eldest young lady and inform me immediately whenever something happens. If anything goes wrong again, I will personally kill you." Chwaer hurriedly agreed. When she looked up, there was no one in front of her. After that day, the eldest young lady was back to her usual self. Yang Kai didn't ask how the young city lord's proposal was dealt with, but In Ji-yong had found out quite a bit of information. In fact, the young city lord had personally come over to propose marriage, and Meng De was apparently pleased with him. After all, Feng Ching-si was of noble background and was a perfect match for the eldest young lady of the Meng family. Meng Ru was not getting any younger, and it was impossible for her to stay in the Meng manor forever. If there was a suitable man for her, Meng De wouldn't reject him. Nevertheless, Meng De didn't seem to have given a positive reply regarding the proposal. This made In Ji-yong realize that the patriarch truly treasured the eldest young lady. Even in families that were wealthier than the Meng family, the parents held the right to make an arrangement for their children's marriages, not to mention in ordinary families. Rarely would any woman decide for herself what man she wanted to marry. However, in the Meng family, the eldest young lady had the final say in this matter, and even the patriarch, who was known to be iron-fisted, didn't try to force her. With that said, Yang Kai clearly noticed that there were now more people who were hidden around the eldest young lady's residence. Other than paying close attention to the eldest young lady, they were also watching over him. Recently, Chwaer had been acting weirdly as well. In the past, he could sense that she detested him, but it seemed to have turned into resentment now. She could barely contain the hatred in her eyes. Yang Kai had a feeling that something was amiss. One day, Yang Kai and In Ji-yong were told to see the patriarch. Inside the grand hall, Meng De gazed at them and said, "I have some goods that have to be sent to Great Abundant City tomorrow. These goods are extremely important, so I want you two to escort them." Upon hearing that, In Ji-yong was startled. What about the eldest young lady? He and Yang Kai were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, so supposedly they would have to send goods to another city. Hence, he was puzzled by Meng De's order. Meng De replied, "I've made arrangements for her, so you don't have to worry about her." He paused for a moment. "She'll marry someone sooner or later. You two are loyal to the Meng manor. After she gets married, I'll need you two to work in other areas. So try getting used to it now." An excited In Ji-yong cupped his fist. "Many thanks for trusting us, patriarch." Meng De waved his hand, after which they respectfully left the hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-28, from the Meng Manor. It would take a person about half a month to travel from White Jade City to Great Abundance City. He would pass through a lot of desolate places where bandits might appear at any moment. The average person had to be escorted by powerful cultivators if he wanted to take this journey. Otherwise, he would most likely be killed. On the other hand, this was one of the major business routes for the Meng family. Every year, countless goods would be sent to or dispatched from the Meng manor through this route. There were more than 20 people who were tasked with escorting the goods this time. Other than Yang Kai and In Ji-yong, who were personal bodyguards from the Meng manor, the rest were from Grand Abundance Bureau, an armed escort service provider from White Jade City. The chief armed escort was surnamed Gua. He was a straightforward and well-built man. The Meng manor had worked with Grand Abundance Bureau many times before, so they were on good terms. Therefore, after accepting the order, the chief armed escort immediately made an arrangement and even personally led the best armed escorts in the Bureau to protect the goods to show that they truly valued this partnership. The task assigned to Yang Kai and In Ji-yong was simple. They just had to follow the people from Grand Abundance Bureau and escort the goods to Great Abundance City. After the other party accepted the goods, they could return. In Ji-yong had been confined to the eldest young lady's side recently. Upon leaving the Meng manor, he was as happy as a bird that had been released from a cage. With a wine bottle in his hand, he went everywhere to look for people who could drink wine with him. Besides that, he also boasted to Yang Kai that the women in Great Abundance City were beautiful and promised to take Yang Kai to a brothel when they arrived at the destination. The armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were professional. The scouts were regularly sent out in pairs to gather information and return with useful news. It had been peaceful for the first 5 days. On the 5th day, the team had to sleep the night in a place named Upward Mound. It was an open-air area with no places for anyone to hide. It wasn't possible for there to be any ambushes. Even if an emergency happened, it would be easy for them to flee. Those from Grand Abundance Bureau were careful when looking for a place to rest, and after they were done with dinner, most slept while the rest stood guard. In the middle of the night, Yong Kai awakened in shock as he caught a whiff of a metallic tang. This faint smell of blood was imperceptible to those who hadn't had a lot of experience in battle. However, Yong Kai had experienced countless carnage in his life. Although his strength had been significantly weakened after he was incarnated into this world, he remained sensitive to the smell of blood. Right then, the sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. In the darkness, sharp arrows broke through the sky and poured down on them like rain. Enemy attack! Yong Kai got to his feet and shouted. At the same time, he picked up In Ji Yong, who was sound asleep, and rolled away before hiding behind a tree. The sounds of arrows breaking through the air were heard amidst the grunts and shrieks. After just a short moment, the armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all either killed or injured. In Ji Yong had had some wine before going to sleep, but he was completely sober at this moment and asked in horror, "What's going on?" There wasn't a need for Yong Kai to answer the question. Presently, all the tents were on fire. The arrows were aflame as they turned the tents and carriages into pyres. The horses neighed in shock as the entire place descended into chaos. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping any time soon. Yong Kai pulled a dead-armed escort towards himself and covered his body with the corpse. Upon seeing that, In Ji Yong did the same. The arrows that poured down like rain only stopped a cup of tea later. The entire place was ablaze as all 20 armed escorts from Grand Abundance Bureau were all dead. It wasn't until this moment that horses were heard approaching them from a distance. Hiding beneath a corpse, In Ji Yong looked around in horror with the help of the flickering fire. More than 100 people on horses had appeared from all directions. The burly bald man at the front was holding a saber with a hideous expression. In Ji Yong felt his heart skipping a beat, for he recognized the bald man. The person was none other than the head manager of Hidden Treasure Peak. After those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and took the eldest young lady away, their managers were put on wanted lists, and their faces became known to everyone in the city. That was the reason In Ji Yong could instantly recognize this man. However, why were the people from Hidden Treasure Peak here? This was a route that led to Great Abundance City, which was in the south, while Hidden Treasure Peak was in the north. Those from Hidden Treasure Peak didn't have any business in this. Nevertheless, he didn't have any time to ponder on it, as the head manager wielded his saber and shouted, "Find the corpses!" His subordinates then dispersed and searched around. In Ji Yong had no idea what corpses they were looking for. He only knew that he would be doomed if he couldn't come up with a solution. He turned to look at Yong Kai's hiding place and became dumbfounded. That was because Yong Kai was nowhere to be seen. Only the dead armed escort, who was previously used to fend off the arrows, was left behind. That stinking brat is too much. How could he run away without telling me? In Ji Yong had the urge to howl in misery. He didn't even notice that Yong Kai had left. He only knew that when he was sound asleep, Yong Kai picked him up and rolled away to dodge the first round of arrows. Seeing that those from Hidden Treasure Peak were about to find him, In Ji Yong was struggling internally between begging for mercy or fighting to the death. Right then, someone was heard exclaiming, after which something heavy thudded on the ground. The next moment, everyone was heard yelling, "Head manager, don't move." The head manager bellowed. In Ji Yong had no idea what was going on, but with the help of the fire, he looked up and faintly saw a figure standing behind the head manager, holding a sharp blade to the latter's neck. Stirring Cloud's saber. In Ji Yong was ecstatic. Even though he couldn't make out the person behind the head manager, he could recognize the incredible weapon. After pushing the corpse away, In Ji-young, who was drenched in blood, got to his feet. His action stunned the bandits around him. The head manager took a glance at him and grinned. "You two are indeed martial arts experts. I didn't expect you to survive." "Thanks for the compliment." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming behind him. The next moment, In Ji-young saw Yang Kai sticking out his head as the latter asked, "Are you all right, brother In?" "I'm fine." Pretending to be tough, In Ji-young wiped the blood off his face. In fact, he wasn't injured one bit, as even his skin was still intact. "What about you, head manager? What should I do about you now?" Yang Kai asked impassively, not moving the saber away. The head manager chuckled. "This is how I usually hold a woman. I hadn't expected to be embraced in such a way one day. It's a new experience." Just then, a glint flashed through the weapon as two fingers were sent flying away. The head manager grunted while his hand, which had secretly reached for the dagger at his thigh just now, was covered in blood. At that moment, the head manager turned ferocious while the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak were agitated. "Nothing good will ever come out of your mouth." "Huh? Only say something after thinking it through, and don't do anything unnecessary. My blade is pretty sharp. If I cut off something important, you won't be able to put it back." Yang Kai threatened him in a hushed voice. "Tell your people to back up. I'm a timid person. My hand will shake with so many people around me." The head manager sported a hideous expression, then raised his hand. "Move back 300 meters. The bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak exchanged glances before they stepped backwards and disappeared into the darkness. Despite the fact that the head manager was held captive while his blood was dripping from where his fingers were cut, he remained calm and collected. In Ji-young couldn't help but think that this man was really something. "I think we can have a talk now," the head manager said. Yang Kai sheathed Stirring Cloud's saber and leaped off the horse before shuffling towards the carriages where the goods were kept. When the head manager saw Yang Kai facing away from him, he had the urge to unsheath his saber. However, as he recalled Yang Kai's mastery of martial arts, he stifled his urge to do so. When he held Meng Ru captive previously, he led more than 100 bandits to launch an attack on Yang Kai. Nevertheless, a lot of his subordinates were killed while the other party persevered, until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. This time, the head manager was captured by Yang Kai while he was unsuspecting, which was why he became at a disadvantage. He still couldn't believe that those from the Meng Manor had found such a powerful guard. "Tell me, who told you to do this?" Yang Kai asked with narrowed eyes while standing in front of the carriage. Upon hearing that, the head manager sneered. "Do we need anyone to tell us to avenge the death of Hidden Treasure Peak's second manager? How did you find out our route and exact location? I'm guessing you have been hiding here for more than a day." The head manager replied impassively, "That's what we do for a living. Of course we have our own ways of gathering information." While facing away from him, Yang Kai said, "It was those from the Meng Manor, right?" Upon hearing that, In Ji-young was astounded. "Little brother Yang, what are you talking about?" The head manager flashed a smile at In Ji-young. "Your little brother is pretty interesting. Is there something wrong with his head?" Yang Kai unsheathed his covering rain sword. As a glint flashed through his weapon, the carriage fell apart and revealed the goods inside. When In Ji-young took a glance, he became flabbergasted. What's going on here?" The valuable goods that the two of them and those from Grand Abundance Bureau had been escorting were just stones placed in crates. He couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly went over to examine the stones. In the end, he confirmed that they were just rocks with nothing else hidden inside them. It was the same case for the other carriages. How could this be? In Ji-young found it hard to accept the truth, as he still had no idea what was going on. More than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau had lost their lives just to protect a few carriages of stones. If not for Yang Kai's quick response, the two of them would have perished tonight as well. There's something I don't understand. Yang Kai turned to look at the head manager. Previously, those from Hidden Treasure Peak barged into the Meng Manor in the middle of the night and kidnapped the eldest young lady from the Meng family. There were quite a few casualties on both sides, and even the second manager lost his life. Supposedly, those from the Meng Manor would never work with you, but this is exactly what happened. Can you tell me the reason behind it? The head manager was no longer as calm and collected as before, because he felt helpless at the fact that the other party had seen through everything. However, he chose to say nothing and simply stared at Yang Kai with a grim expression. Yang Kai held both the saber and sword in his hands while shuffling towards him. With his gaze lowered, he said, "A person who doesn't speak is no different from a corpse." The head manager replied grimly, "I can only tell you that I received a piece of information that you would pass through this place while escorting goods. However, the person who told me this has nothing to do with the Meng Manor." "Who is that person associated with, then?" Yang Kai asked while standing in front of him. The head manager shook his head, apparently unwilling to reveal anything. "Farewell, then." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed out his saber and sword at the same time. Although the head manager had put his guard up, he was still unable to ward off both weapons. His head was sent flying away while blood spurted out from his neck. On the other hand, Yang Kai leaped onto a horse and picked up the dazed In Ji Yong before clenching his thighs. The next moment, they galloped off in a particular direction. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-29, One Step Too Late. After the head manager was killed, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak madly chased after Yang Kai and In Ji Yong, while the latter killed those who pursued them. It wasn't until the break of dawn that they were finally safe. In Ji Yong was already soaked in blood, and there were cuts all over his figure. With that said, those were not comparable to his mental fatigue. In front of a river, Yang Kai cupped some water with both hands and washed his face. After that, he leaned against the tree trunk and panted. Unable to contain the doubt in his mind, In Ji Yong gazed at him and asked, "Little brother, just what is happening?" The incident on this night was too strange. He wasn't really a bright person, so he was unable to figure it out. He just had a feeling that he and Yang Kai were sold out. After measuring his words, Yang Kai said, "It's me who has dragged you into this." In Ji Yong replied, "What are you talking about?" "That's really the case," Yang Kai reiterated. "Those from the Meng Manor want me dead. That was why they told us to escort some goods and orchestrated an attack in the middle of the night." In Ji Yong parted his lips, not knowing what to say. They were the eldest young lady's personal bodyguards, but they were suddenly tasked with escorting some goods to Great Abundance City. However, the goods from the Meng Manor were just a bunch of stones. On the other hand, the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak lived in the opposite direction from their route, but they had laid an ambush around this business route in advance. Moreover, before the head manager's death, he said that someone told him Yang Kai would pass by Upward Mound while escorting some goods. All of this showed that In Ji Yong had been dragged into a scheme. Is there a partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? In Ji Yong found it hard to accept the notion. It wasn't that he was surprised that those from the Meng Manor were in contact with bandits. As a wealthy family, it was expected that those from the Meng family had contacts in both the authorities and the underworld. Nevertheless, just like what Yang Kai had said the day before, those from Hidden Treasure Peak had kidnapped the eldest young lady, so there was supposed to be a blood feud between them. Given how the Meng family patriarch doted on the eldest young lady, there was no room for partnership between the two. That might not be the case. Yang Kai shook his head. There is something in between that connects the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak. In Ji Yong came to his senses. Are you saying that there is no direct partnership between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak? Instead, there is a middleman between them? Yang Kai nodded. Regardless, I've dragged you into this mess. Yong still couldn't figure it out. But why do those from the Meng Manor want you dead? Did you do anything wrong? Yang Kai shook his head, as he didn't want to explain anything. He finally understood why there were more people who were hiding around the eldest young lady's residence recently, and the reason Chuier's gaze was filled with resentment whenever she looked at him. It was apparent that they were the patriarch's spies. The fact that the eldest young lady and Yang Kai were in love must have been exposed, which was why the Meng family patriarch wanted him dead. There was no way Meng Deyi would allow his treasured daughter to fall in love with a mere guard. As for Yong, he was really innocent in this matter. Yang Kai rose to his feet and declared, "Brother you'd better leave now. Stay away from White Jade City and go to a place where the Meng family can't find you." Yong was startled. "What about you?" Yang Kai leaped onto the horse and turned around. "There's a matter I have to settle." Upon finishing his words, he drove the horse to leave. Yong called out to him from behind, but upon getting no reply, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and leave. There was no way he could return to White Jade City. Those from the Meng Manor hadn't managed to achieve their goal this time, so if he dared to show up, he would certainly lose his life. Just like what Yang Kai had said, he could only go to a place where no one would recognize him. A few days later, a young man covered in dust passed through the city's gates. When he looked up, he saw two new faces on the wanted list on the wall. Both of them were private guards of the Meng Manor. One of them was named Yang Kai, while the other was Yong. The painter was pretty skillful, as the two pictures were quite lifelike. On the wanted list, it was said that both of them were the private guards of the Meng Manor, but they had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak and ruthlessly killed more than 20 people from Grand Abundance Bureau at Upward Mound before stealing a lot of goods that belonged to the Meng Manor. They were cold-blooded and unforgivable. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai looked away and directly entered the city. He had put on a disguise, so he could easily fool the people who were looking for him. He had lived for many years and killed countless people, so it was expected that he had learned various skills and techniques. He wasn't particularly good at disguising himself, and in the eyes of the experts, he must have made a lot of mistakes. However, his skill was good enough for him to deal with this kind of situation. Nevertheless, not long after he entered the city, Yang Kai realized that he was being stalked. This surprised him quite a bit. When the stalker barged into the alley, Yang Kai, who had been hiding in the dark, instantly appeared and clenched his neck. The stalker was apparently shocked as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm just following orders, and I don't intend to harm you." "Who gave you the order? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai questioned coldly. Seeing that the stalker shook his head, Yang Kai exerted more force with his hand. The person widened his eyes in horror, but he still wouldn't expose anything. Just when he thought he was about to get killed, Yang Kai suddenly tossed him away. Having just escaped from death's door, the stalker coughed violently and panted. "Speak. What's going on?" Yang Kai asked. The stalker got to his feet with difficulty and looked at Yang Kai with a terrified expression. With his head lowered, he replied, "Sir said that he wants you to follow me to another place." Before Yang Kai even replied to him, he went on to say, "Sir also said that you don't have to worry about anything, as he has no intention to harm you." "If he wanted that, I just needed to shout loudly, and you wouldn't be able to leave White Jade City. There's no point in going to such trouble." "I would kill you before you could shout," Yang Kai threatened. The stalker trembled. "Even if I can't shout, someone else will." "Is your sir threatening me?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. The stalker shook his head. "No, no, no. It's just his way of showing his sincerity. That was exactly what Sir said. So please don't blame me." Yang Kai was suddenly interested in the so-called Sir. After giving it a thought, he asked, "Do you know who I am?" The stalker shook his head again. "I have no idea. I'm just following orders." "Lead the way, then." Yang Kai nodded. The Sir behind this person must be aware of Yang Kai's identity, and he had found out that the latter had entered the city. It meant that someone could recognize him, just now. Perhaps that Sir had been observing the surroundings somewhere near the city's gates. However, just like the stalker had said, he could expose Yang Kai's identity by simply shouting it out loudly. By then, Yang Kai would never be able to leave White Jade City. In that case, he could only play it by ear. He wanted to find out who was behind all this and what their intentions were. They took countless turns as Yang Kai followed that person. He suddenly realized that White Jade City was currently bustling with noise, as the sounds of drums could be heard from time to time. As though noticing his doubt, the person at the front said in a small voice, "In 3 days, the Meng Manor's eldest young lady and our young city lord will be getting married. It's wonderful news for all of us in the city." "They'll be married in 3 days?" Yang Kai was astonished upon hearing that. "That's right. The young city lord has personally proposed marriage, and the Meng family patriarch agreed to it. It could be said that the Meng family has found a powerful backer." Yang Kai's face fell as he realized he was one step too late. Feng Qingxi had made a quick and decisive move. During the encounter at Gratitude Shrine, Yang Kai said that he had a better chance of winning the eldest young lady's heart as he was close to her. However, he was soon asked to escort some goods following the Meng family patriarch's order. Eventually, there was an ambush that awaited him. Now, he had lost all his advantages while Feng Qingxi had gained the upper hand. He didn't think that Feng Qingxi was a despicable person. He had his own motives for coming to this samsara world, so he had to do his best to achieve his goals. The person with better methods would have the last laugh. The fact that he was ambushed should have nothing to do with Feng Qingxi. He reckoned that it was the Meng family patriarch's doing. However, Yang Kai had no idea who the middleman between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was. From Yang Kai's perspective, he naturally wouldn't allow the wedding to take place. However, he didn't have enough time to come up with a solution in just 3 days, and he was now faced with this situation that was shrouded in mystery. "We've arrived at our destination." The man stood in front of a house and extended his hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the house, but there was no one inside. He turned to look at the man, who appeared embarrassed. "Sir told me to bring you to this place, and there were no further instructions. He said that you'll realize he really means no harm after you enter." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai went further into the house and saw a red invitation card on the table. While feeling doubtful, he picked it up and realized that it was an invitation card from the Meng Manor. With this invitation card, he would be able to attend the eldest young lady's wedding in 3 days. Yang Kai arched his brow as he felt a sense of discomfort that his intentions had been seen through. This invitation card was apparently targeted at him. The mastermind realized his thoughts and even created an opportunity for him. There was no doubt that this invitation card was difficult to come by, as the average person wouldn't be able to get his hands on one. Fewer than 100 people in White Jade City had the right to receive such an invitation card. The mastermind left behind one invitation card here for him, which suggested that the person had a powerful background. The person who led Yang Kai to this place secretly fled while the latter was going through the invitation card. Yang Kai didn't bother stopping him. Since the mastermind had made such an arrangement, he naturally wouldn't harm Yang Kai in the short term. It was obvious that this person wanted Yang Kai to make a scene at the wedding. His scheme would definitely be revealed by then. Yang Kai didn't intend to be led by the nose as he pocketed the invitation card. In the middle of the night, he put on some dark clothes and secretly left. He had to head to the Meng Manor to see whether he could enter the inner court and see the eldest young lady. Yang Kai had been a personal bodyguard in the Meng Manor for several months, so he was fully aware of the arrangements within the manor. He felt that he had a chance to sneak in. However, the reality was that the security in the Meng Manor had become far stricter. He still hadn't found a chance even after waiting for a long time, so he could only give up in the end. In that case, he could only look for an opportunity in 3 days. With the invitation card, he was supposedly able to enter the Meng Manor safely. The problem was how he was going to see the eldest young lady in that situation and ask her about her intentions, thus allowing him to bring her out of that place. He had snatched a bride during a wedding before, so this was not a new experience for him. At that moment, he was torn between tears and laughter. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4830. Will you come with me? There was no doubt that the most noble great force in White Jade City was the City Lord's mansion, which ruled over several 100,000 citizens. No one in the city would dare to be disrespectful to them. On the other hand, the Meng family was one of the most prestigious families in White Jade City and was extremely wealthy. Therefore, when word got out that both parties would soon be connected through marriage, it sent a shockwave across the entire city. It was rumored that the Meng Manor's eldest young lady was a stunning beauty that was rarely seen in the world, while the young city lord was handsome and talented. They were undoubtedly a perfect match. On the wedding day, the entire White Jade City was bustling with noise as countless buildings were decorated with red ornaments on the outside to celebrate the occasion. All the citizens seemed to have been infected by the jolly atmosphere of this wedding, as the entire city was engulfed in a festive atmosphere. The team that would fetch the bride departed from the city lord's mansion and headed to the Meng Manor with sounds of music playing along the way. The bridegroom, who was clad in red clothes, was riding a well-built horse, which was also decorated with red ornaments, as befits the occasion. In the meantime, Yong Kai, who had put on a disguise, showed the invitation card at the entrance and easily got into the Meng Manor. While pretending to be taking a stroll around the grounds, he surreptitiously got closer to the inner court. He had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, so he was fully aware of the situation inside, including the places where the personal bodyguards would hide. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly attempted to sneak into the Meng Manor. However, due to the stricter security, he was unable to achieve his goal. It was an important day for the Meng Manor, and they were short of staff everywhere. So although the security in the inner court remained strict, it was still within Yong Kai's ability to grasp. Hence, it was a great chance for him. After avoiding some of the personal bodyguards who were hiding in the dark, he flipped over a wall the height of a person and entered the inner court. He was as agile as a cat while ensuring that he made no noise. Without stopping, he made a turn and hid behind a rockery garden. A moment later, he stepped. A private guard had been knocked out within the rockery. Like a gecko, Yong Kai climbed up the wall and reached the roof. When he jumped down more than 10 breaths later, another private guard from the inner court was knocked out on the roof. More and more private guards were knocked out. In just a cup of tea's time, Yong Kai had incapacitated all the private guards around the eldest young lady's residence. After that, he headed straight to the building where the eldest young lady resided. In front of the building stood 2 stern-looking personal bodyguards. With their hands on the hilts of their weapons, they looked around vigilantly. With the smell of alcohol wafting from his body, Yong Kai staggered forward and covered his mouth as though he would throw up at any moment. This alerted the 2 of them. It was apparent to them that this person was a guest at the wedding, but it puzzled them as to how he even reached the inner court. Even if he had lost his way, the personal bodyguards outside should have stopped him. How did anyone even arrive at this place? The 2 personal bodyguards exchanged glances, after which one of them raised his hand and snapped, "Stop right there! You're not supposed to be here." With his hand covering his mouth, Yong Kai waved at them with his other hand. At the same time, he stumbled over and crashed into them. The personal bodyguard who spoke earlier frowned and stepped forward in an attempt to stop this mannerless guest. As soon as they came into contact, though, the personal bodyguard froze on the spot, while Yong Kai was heard throwing up. The other personal bodyguard soon realized that something was off. Just when he was ready to go over, the drunk guest appeared right in front of him, the next moment like a phantom. His clear eyes suggested that he was not intoxicated at all. Flabbergasted, the personal bodyguard unsheathed his saber, but it was too late. Yang Kai hit the other person's neck with the side of his palm. The personal bodyguard turned limp and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the other personal bodyguard behind him fell to the ground as well. Yang Kai let out a breath and adjusted his clothes. Then he stepped into the building and walked up the stairs. Although he had been a private guard in the inner court for several months, it was actually the first time he stepped into this building. He just knew that the eldest young lady usually lived on the second floor. The room door on the second floor was closed, but someone could be heard speaking in a small voice inside. It was Chuyer. "You look stunning today, eldest young lady. Don't you agree, Qian Qian?" The next instant, Qian Qian was heard replying in a gentle tone, "Eldest young lady has always been good-looking," Chuyer said with a smile, "but she looks especially beautiful today. It's said that a woman looks her best on her wedding day." As she spoke, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. "Please stop smiling like a fool. Eldest young lady, you make me feel worried. What's good about Guard Yang? He's just a private guard in the Meng Manor. He's not comparable to the young city lord at all when it comes to his status. Only the young city lord can give you the happiness you deserve." "Ha ha!" Meng Ru was heard laughing. "Am I smiling like a fool?" "Yes," Chuyer replied. Moreover, the patriarch said that Guard Yang had worked with the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak. He killed many of the armed escorts and took away the Meng Manor's goods. Now those from the city lord's mansion are hunting him down. He must have had an ulterior motive for coming to the Meng Manor all along. Meng Ru refuted. "The man I love is not such a despicable person. He didn't do any of that. Furthermore, he'll come back to look for me." "Are you out of your mind? Eldest young lady?" Chuyer was furious. "You're getting married today, and you'll be the young city lord's madam. He is supposed to be the only man you love." Meng Ru said in a calm voice, "The man I love must be a hero who will go against the entire world for me. He's being hunted down. He'll never come back to White Jade City. Will you please wake up to reality, eldest young lady?" Just then, a creak was heard. The ladies inside the room turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, who had restored his original appearance. The next moment, the color drained from Chuyer's face while Qian Qian was astonished. Only Meng Ru seemed to have expected it as she rose from the chair with a joyful smile. She was clad in red clothes with a phoenix coronet on her head. Her beauty was out of this world. As their eyes met, Yang Kai put on a smile. Meng Ru could see nothing else as her vision was filled by this man. Yang Kai asked, "Will you come with me?" Without hesitation, Meng Ru lifted her dress and dashed towards him with a joying expression. It wasn't until this moment that Chuyer came to her senses and exclaimed, "Eldest young lady." All of a sudden, she felt someone striking her neck, after which she collapsed to the ground. Equally shocked, Yang Kai and Meng Ru gazed at Qian Qian, who had made a move just now. Even Qian Qian was astounded. Although she had learned martial arts from Yang Kai for several months, she had never attacked anyone before. It was all her subconscious reaction, just now, so it surprised her that she had actually knocked the other maidservant out. With a pale face, she stammered, "I didn't mean to hurt her." Yang Kai took a glance at her and examined the unconscious Chuyer before comforting her. "It's fine. She's just passed out." Qian Qian nodded and felt slightly at ease. "We have to leave White Jade City as soon as possible." Yang Kai took Meng Ru's hand and said in a small voice. With a contented smile, Meng Ru bowed her head, and, over the past few months, they had never expressed their love for each other or done anything that crossed the line. They only exchanged glances at most. However, at this moment, they seemed to have known each other for several lifetimes. It was as though they were able to read each other's thoughts with just one gaze or movement. There was no gap or obstacle between them. They seemed to be fully aware of each other's habits, like a couple who had been married for years. After summoning her courage, Qian said, "I'll follow you, eldest young lady." Meng Ru looked inquisitively at Yang Kai, who remained silent for a moment, and nodded. The three of them then snuck out. The private guards around the building were still unconscious, so it was easier to leave this place than when he came in. After passing through some doors, they arrived at the back street behind the Meng Manor. Yang Kai had already gotten a carriage ready. After telling Meng Ru and Qian to get inside, he drove the horses forward. He had successfully brought Meng Ru out of the Meng Manor, and his next step was to leave White Jade City, which would be a little difficult. Because of the wanted list, everybody who wanted to pass through the city gates of White Jade City had to be scrutinized. It would have been easier if he were on his own. He could just put on some disguise and walk out. However, this wouldn't work as he now had Meng Ru and Qian with him. Moreover, Meng Ru was still clad in a wedding dress, which was naturally quite conspicuous. Everything would be fine if he could pass through the gates. If he couldn't, he had no choice but to fight his way out. Of course, Yang Kai was certain that the soldiers at the gates wouldn't be able to stop him. To his surprise, when he drove the carriage and emerged from the alley, several similar-looking carriages appeared from the sides and moved forward at the same time. It was apparent that they were leaving the city as well. Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something was amiss, but at this moment he could only follow them. The team from the city lord's mansion was supposed to arrive at the Meng Manor soon, so the fact that Meng Ru had gone missing would quickly be exposed. They had to leave White Jade City before that happened. Soon, the carriages arrived at the city gates. Just when the soldiers were ready to examine them, a coachman at the front fished out a token and waved it. Seeing that, one of the soldiers shouted, "Let them pass." The carriages drove past the gates without any obstacles. Yang Kai followed them and easily left. After leaving the city, Yang Kai furrowed his brows while following the carriages. He had a feeling that it was the mysterious mastermind's doing. In a place that was more than a dozen kilometers away from the city, the carriages suddenly dispersed. There stood a figure in silence, as though he was waiting for something. Yang Kai's carriage stopped in front of that person as he turned his head. "Wait a moment." Meng Ru grunted in response. It was then that Yang Kai leapt off the carriage and walked up to that person before cupping his fist. "Senior brother Feng." Feng Chengxi looked smilingly at him. "You don't look surprised at all." Yang Kai nodded. "I had a speculation, though I was not certain about it. Many doubts are resolved now that I see you here." Given his disguising technique, he was still discovered after entering White Jade City, and he was subsequently followed. The only person he could think of capable of such things was Feng Chengxi. The events that followed also proved that his speculation was right. Feng Chengxi was the young city lord of White Jade City, so it wasn't surprising that he could easily get an invitation card from the Meng Manor. After Yang Kai left the Meng Manor with Meng Ru, several carriages appeared all of a sudden to help cover him up. Otherwise, his plan wouldn't have worked out smoothly. "Since you're here, who is the one going over to the Meng Manor?" Yang Kai appeared puzzled. Feng Chengxi replied with a smile, "You've met him before. The brat beside me previously." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4831, cornered. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai recalled that there was a sword-holding young man who hid behind Feng Chengxi at that time. The young man and Feng Chengxi had similar-looking builds. Although their temperaments were different, the young man just had to put on a disguise and remain silent. The people who were not familiar with Feng Chengxi wouldn't find out. Moreover, even though Feng Chengxi was the young city lord, it wasn't until recently that he returned to the city. Not a lot of people in White Jade City could recognize him, let alone be familiar with him. No one could have expected that on his own wedding day, the bridegroom would tell his servant to dress up as him and head to the bride's house in his place. On the other hand, he was helping another man to flee with the bride. Why are you doing this, senior brother Feng? Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The last time they met in Gratitude Shrine, they were pretty hostile to each other. Therefore, when Yang Kai speculated that the events in the past 3 days had something to do with Feng Qingxi, he couldn't really believe it. Feng Qingxi didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Do you know how long I've stayed in this world, junior brother?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied, "Martial Aunt, you told me that you came in not long after senior sister Chu did. It's supposed to have been 7 or 8 years now." Feng Qingxi nodded. "That's right. It's been about 8 years. During this period of time, I never stopped looking for junior sister Chu, but it wasn't until a few months ago that I finally found her. At that time, you were soaked in blood as you stood in front of her to protect her. Although she was discomfited, she wasn't harmed one bit. The Samsara world is an interesting place. Since Martial Aunt you sent you here, she must have told you about its wonders." "What do you mean exactly?" Feng Qingxi looked smilingly at him and pointed at his own chest. "Sincerity is of utmost importance in this place. The more sincere a person is, the more likely his wish will be granted. When I came across junior sister Chu for the first time several months ago, I lamented that life was unfair to me. I came here several years before you did, but you were the first one to approach her and protect her. The heavenly way can truly be cruel. However, after giving it a thought, I realized that this was one of the wonders of the Samsara world." "Please enlighten me, senior brother," Yang Kai said humbly. Feng Qingxi explained, "You came here for junior sister Chu. Although she has lost her memory during the reincarnation, the heart barrier she has set up has something to do with you. Therefore, even though you're late to the game, you could still immediately appear beside her and have a chance to win her heart. On the other hand, I'm different. I came here to execute my honored master's orders, so I haven't managed to achieve my goal despite the fact that I've been here for a few years. I would have stood a chance if you had never appeared, but nevertheless, since you're here, I can only be a foil. I suppose that was the reason I suddenly had the urge to return to White Jade City a few months back." Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. Feng Qingxi went on to say, "Sincerity will affect the events that take place in this samsara world. Junior sister Chu is lucky enough to have someone like you who is willing to protect her even if your life is at stake. I believe that even if you two come across the same kind of danger in the real 3,000 worlds, you will still make the same decision and will never betray her. Therefore, in this life, it's pointless for me to keep staying here. To do so will go against my true heart." Yang Kai saluted him. "Many thanks for helping us, senior brother." Feng Qingxi waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. I've just realized what it is I should do. However, you have to work harder. Although I have no idea what kind of heart barrier junior sister Chu has set up for herself, I suppose it won't be easy to pass the tests. If you can't help her shatter the heart barrier, she'll be lost in the Samsara Pavilion forever. If that happens, Yin Yang Cave Heaven won't let you off. I'll do my best to bring her out of this place safely." "That's for the best," Feng Qingxi nodded. "I have another thing to ask you, though." "Go ahead." Yang Kai took a glance at the carriage. "It seems that I still haven't managed to help senior sister Chu shatter the heart barrier. What can I do to help restore her memory?" Feng Qingxi replied with a smile, "It's different for everyone. In fact, you have already done more than enough, but junior sister Chu still hasn't retrieved her memory. It seems that her expectations of you are quite high, so you'll have to work harder. I'll lend you a hand as well." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai frowned. Certainly, he would work hard, but the other man didn't specify how much more he had to do. Instead, he felt that Feng Qingxi's smile was somewhat ominous, especially when the latter said that he would lend Yang Kai a hand. Yang Kai had a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. "Also, it's the City Lord's mansion that has partnered up with Hidden Treasure Peak," Feng Qingxi said. "It's also the City Lord's mansion's arrangement that you were attacked when escorting goods." already had such a speculation. Yang Kai dipped his head. Feng Chengxi appeared surprised. It seems that you've seen through everything. Yang Kai replied impassively. A few months ago, those from Hidden Treasure Peak easily barged into the Meng Manor while the soldiers from the City Lord's mansion were unusually slow to react. That in and of itself was ridiculous. If White Jade City had always been this unsafe, the City Lord's mansion would have lost its authority long ago. Feng Chengxi nodded. Indeed. The Meng family is extremely wealthy, so the City Lord's mansion would like to have a share of that. That's why they worked with Hidden Treasure Peak to kidnap the eldest young lady so that they could have a talk with Meng Deyi. At that time, I happened to return to White Jade City. When I heard about the matter, the first thought that came into my head was that she might be the one I had been looking for. Hence, I took the initiative to lead the soldiers to chase after the bandits. However, it was too late at that time. One night had passed since the second manager of Hidden Treasure Peak took the eldest young lady away, so even if I ran after them, I wouldn't have stood a chance to save her. He then added, however, no one could have expected that there was an outer court's private guard from the Meng Manor who risked his life to protect the eldest young lady and persevered until the soldiers from White Jade City came to the rescue. In that case, the plan between the City Lord's mansion and Hidden Treasure Peak was foiled. Left with no choice, I had to personally propose marriage to the eldest young lady. If we could get married, the City Lord's mansion would be able to get their hands on the Meng family's wealth given their power. He went on to say, Meng Deyi is fully aware of that, but he can't resist. Moreover, I'm a young man with a promising future, so I'm more than good enough to be his son-in-law, and the eldest young lady is mature enough to get married. Hence, he decided to just agree to it. Yang Kai nodded, as everything was just like what he had speculated. The connection between the Meng Manor and Hidden Treasure Peak was the City Lord's mansion, which was why Feng Chengxi was aware of what was going on behind the scenes. After agreeing to the proposal, Meng Deyi told Yang Kai and Yin Zhiyong to escort some goods to another city, while the Meng Manor provided some information to those from City Lord's mansion, who would then contact Hidden Treasure Peak in order to have the two of them killed. Nevertheless, no one could have expected that Yang Kai wasn't a native in this world. Instead, he was a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was incarnated into this place, so he had some skills and strength that were simply unimaginable to others here. Many thanks for enlightening me, senior brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he figured out the things that had been puzzling him. All right, we should stop talking. You're supposed to flee now. The Meng Manor must be in chaos, and they'll soon be after you. Feng Chengxi waved his hand. Yang Kai thanked him again, and leaped onto the carriage before driving the horses forward. Certainly, Meng Ru and Qian Qian, who were inside the carriage, must have heard their conversation just now, but Meng Ru didn't ask anything. As a maidservant, Qian Qian naturally wouldn't be nosy. In the meantime, not only the Meng Manor, but the entire White Jade City was in chaos. The bride had gone missing on the wedding day. The young man, who replaced Feng Chengxi to head to the Meng Manor, was drenched in cold sweat as he didn't know what to do. Meng Deyi's expression was as gloomy as the weather right before a storm. The people around him could hardly breathe. Just now, they poured a basin of cold water on Chui'er to awaken her. Upon learning that it was Yang Kai who took Meng Ru away, Meng Deyi flew into a rage. He ordered the personal bodyguards of the Meng Manor to chase after them. They must capture him, regardless of whether he was dead or alive. There was no doubt that the Meng Manor was embarrassed as such an incident happened on the wedding day of their eldest young lady. It was equally humiliating for the City Lord's mansion. They worked together and soon found some traces, and 1 hour later, a large group of people set out from White Jade City, following the traces to hunt them down. The speed at which the carriage moved forward was slow, so both Yang Kai and Meng Ru knew that they would be caught sooner or later. What surprised Yang Kai was that there were people in front of them that attempted to stop them. As though they had already expected that Yang Kai would come to this place, they were well prepared as several dozen riders charged forward. Yang Kai instantly recognized that they were the soldiers from the city lord's mansion. As he recalled Feng Chengxi's devious smile, he had the urge to curse. Only Feng Chengxi was able to do this. Yang Kai had no idea what was on the other man's mind. Earlier, Feng Chengxi had a frank talk with him and said that he would back down from the competition. However, he had brought some people to intercept Yang Kai at this moment. What was he trying to achieve? It was unlikely that those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven were so hypocritical. Moreover, Feng Chengxi appeared sincere when he said those words. Yang Kai believed that he wasn't lying. There were several dozen people over there, so if Yang Kai were on his own, he could have chosen to fight with them or flee. However, with Meng Ru and Qian Qian behind him, he didn't have a choice. After killing the knights that tried to block his path, he turned the horses around and headed in a different direction. These people must have heard that Yang Kai was strong, so they wouldn't dare to go near him again after losing some of their companions. They only chased after him while keeping a safe distance. Nonetheless, barely an hour later, another group of knights, about several dozen of them, came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Feng Chengxi's arrangements were impeccable, as though he had expected all of the moves that Yang Kai would make. These groups of people came at Yang Kai from both sides. He could only choose to avoid them as he drove the carriage in a different direction. When darkness descended, the carriage stopped. They could no longer keep moving forward, as there was a cliff in front of them. As the clouds weltered, stones could be heard rolling down the steep slope. The horses were exhausted from all the running, so as soon as they stopped, they knelt down and kept snorting. Two groups of knights that were more than 100 strong came together and surrounded them. They didn't make any moves, though, as though they were waiting for something. Soon, Yang Kai found out what they were waiting for. Torchlights could be seen flickering from the bottom of the mountain as another group of people came over. The person leading the way was handsome and heroic. He was none other than Feng Chengxi. The Meng family patriarch Meng Deyi had also tagged along. The knights separated to the sides and revealed a passageway. The two of them passed through the knights and looked at the cornered Yang Kai. One of them sported a smile and winked at Yang Kai while the other's expression was extremely gloomy. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-32. I'm glad that you're okay. On the edge of the cliff, Yang Kai stood in front of the carriage while facing the knights that had surrounded him. There was nowhere else he could go. It could be said to be a death trap. Meng Deyi's eyes were fuming as he glared at Yang Kai. On the wedding day, his daughter was snatched by a private guard, which was humiliating for both the Meng manor and himself. If this matter couldn't be settled in a perfect manner, he would never be able to face anyone again in White Jade City. He secretly swore that he had to rip this private guard into 10,000 pieces in order to vent out his fury. How dare you, you bastards! Meng Deyi said through clenched teeth while glowering at Yang Kai. Is this how you repay the Meng manor for nurturing you? You're such an ungrateful brat. Give Ruer back to me, and this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Please forgive me, patriarch. I have no choice but to do this. Eldest young lady and I are in love with each other. Please let us go. Like a cat whose tail had been stamped on, Meng Deyi was enraged. Shut up. Who do you think you are? A noble lady like Ruer would never fall in love with someone like you. Stop slandering her. He then turned to Feng Chengxi. Young city lord, please don't believe his nonsense. He must have forcefully taken Ruer away. Otherwise, she would never have left the Meng manor. With a smile on his face, Feng Chengxi didn't respond to him. The next moment, with the help of Qian Qian, Meng Ru got out of the carriage with a sorrowful expression. Meng Deyi was elated upon seeing that and quickly asked, Are you hurt, Ruer? Like a child who had made a mistake, Meng Ru wouldn't dare to look her father in the eyes as she shook her head. After letting out a breath, Meng Di comforted her by saying, "Don't be afraid, Ruer. I'll save you now, and let this thug know the consequences of bullying you. Also, the young city lord is here. He'll never let you feel aggrieved in any way." "Father," Meng Ru called out. Meng Di quickly replied, "I'm here." Meng Ru hung her head low. "Father, please let big brother Yang and me go." As if struck by lightning, Meng Di instantly sported a livid expression as he stared at his daughter with a pair of piercing eyes. "What did you say?" He could reprimand Yang Kai for spouting nonsense just now and dismiss it out of hand, but it was a different case when Meng Ru said it. The eldest young lady of the Meng Manor had basically just admitted that she was in love with her bodyguard, right in front of everyone. The revelation sent a shockwave across all the knights. Upon receiving the order, they started pursuing Yang Kai, thinking that the eldest young lady was kidnapped by her personal bodyguard. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Instead, the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor had willingly left with him. Rather than a kidnap, it was two lovebirds who had eloped together. These were two very different scenarios. The eldest young lady of Meng family had not only humiliated the Meng Manor, but also the city lord's mansion. Many of them cautiously glanced at Feng Qingxi, only to realize that the young city lord remained calm and collected with a faint smile still on his face, as though the fact that the bride had fled with another man didn't concern him one bit. "Father, you've doted on me over the years, and you've never forced me to marry anyone. I've also repeatedly told you that I've been waiting for the man who is destined to be with me." Meng Ru initially hung her head low. Despite her frail figure, though, she seemed to have summoned enough courage as she looked up at him and declared, "Now, the wait is over. Big brother Yang is the man I've been waiting for." Meng Di trembled with fury, which was about to erupt like a volcano. Meng Ru had indeed repeatedly told him that she was waiting for someone, but he never took it seriously and thought that she was just being perfunctory with him. Certainly, he wouldn't believe it when she brought it up again. "You're sick, Ruer," Meng Di said in a grim voice. "Come home with me. I'll get a doctor to treat you." Meng Ru shook her head. "I'm not sick." Meng Di took a glance at Yang Kai and said impassively, "If you're not sick, you should be concerned about his safety. If you come home with me, I'll spare his life, but if you're obstinate, he will die today." Meng Ru instantly turned pale. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful, there was no way he could deal with so many people. She also was flustered at the fact that Meng Di threatened her with Yang Kai's life. When she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes, though, she saw the man flashing a smile at her. In an instant, she cast away her hesitation and turned to look at her father with determination. "Father, please let us go." Meng Di appeared to be heartbroken, as he didn't have the final say in this situation. Only a small number of people around here were from the Meng Manor. Most of them were soldiers from the city lord's mansion, and they only listened to Feng Qingxi. Although he had the intention to forgive his daughter, he was unable to do that. The young city lord was right beside him, and as the patriarch of the Meng family, he had to behave appropriately in this situation. With difficulty, he shook his head and said, "You're being fooled by him because you're young and naive. The young city lord is a magnanimous person, so I'm sure he'll forgive you. Come home with me and serve the young city lord with all your heart in the future." The last bit of hope in Meng Ru's eyes went out as she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground 3 times in front of her father. Meng Di was flabbergasted. "What are you doing?" After getting to her feet, Meng Ru turned to Yang Kai and put on a bright smile. "Since we're not able to get married in this life, we will die together at the very least. Big brother Yang, I'm really pleased to have finally found you." Yang Kai let out a breath and took a step forward before unsheathing his saber and sword. Standing in front of Meng Ru with his sturdy figure, he clanged his weapons together. "Before I die, no one can harm you." Both of you have gone mad. Meng De's eyes turned bloodshot. Feng Qingxi, who had kept a smile on his face, seemed to have gone crazy all of a sudden as he roared, "Kill all of them, and let them know the consequences of offending this young city lord." Meng De was astonished and shouted, "Please wait, young city lord." Just when he wanted to stop them, he was kicked off the horse by Feng Qingxi and fell to the ground in pain. The knights crisscrossed one another and came at Yang Kai from all directions, ensuring that he would not be able to flee. As glints flashed through Yang Kai's weapons, grunts and shrieks were continuously heard. Limbs were sent flying away, while blood dyed the ground crimson. As more corpses piled up, Yang Kai didn't take a single step while his back remained straight, just like how he protected the eldest young lady in front of the cave back then. He wielded his weapons and killed his opponents like he was cutting through straw. Just a moment later, many corpses lay strewn across the ground. Usually, this kind of carnage was enough to make anyone feel frightened. Despite the large number of people on their side, they might not have the courage to keep going forward. After all, no one could be certain whether they would be the next to get killed. However, Feng Qingxi was on top of everything here. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were terrified, they wouldn't dare to back down. Only by killing Yang Kai would they be able to live to see tomorrow. There would only be one outcome to this intense battle. Either Yang Kai was killed, or all of them would perish. Feng Qingxi had brought a lot of people with him this time, some 200 or 300 in total, which was more than twice as many as the bandits from Hidden Treasure Peak that Yang Kai had to face back then. Yang Kai's energy was not infinite, so despite being powerful, there was no way he could persevere forever in this situation. Stirring Cloud's saber and Covering Rain's sword were extremely useful in this battle. Even though Meng De tried to kill Yang Kai by telling him to escort some goods to Great Abundant City and then ambushing him, he had indeed regarded him highly before that. Stirring Cloud's saber and Covering Rain's sword were two of the best weapons in this world. The opponent's weapons would be cut through or snap as soon as they came into contact with Yang Kai's, which saved him a lot of energy. Meng De was still begging Feng Qingxi to spare his daughter's life, but the infuriated young city lord simply ordered someone to tie him up and toss him aside. The personal bodyguards from the Meng Manor wouldn't dare to protest despite being furious. They also had to deal with Yang Kai following Feng Qingxi's order. As time passed, a blood river formed at the edge of the cliff, and Yang Kai was already drenched in blood. He was covered in the opponent's blood, as well as his own. Despite being strong, he was unable to perfectly protect Meng Ru when faced with so many opponents. Feng Qingxi did not only order to kill him, but also Meng Ru. Seeing that Yang Kai was too formidable, those from the city lord's mansion attempted to harm Meng Ru instead to distract Yang Kai, thus allowing them to achieve their goal. Even incredible weapons like Stirring Cloud's saber and Covering Rain's sword were unable to last forever in such an intense battle. The blades of both weapons were bent and chipped, rendering them less useful. Yang Kai was already on his last legs as he staggered. Despite that, he was determined to stand strong. Just then, he saw a sword coming at him from the left, but he was unable to dodge it. If he did that, Meng Ru would definitely be harmed. He could only tense up his body as he got ready to be stabbed. At the same time, he had to ensure that his vital parts wouldn't be hit. When a grunt was heard, next though, everyone was shocked. Yang Kai didn't feel any impact or pain. Someone seemed to have blocked the sword for him. As he turned his head, his pupils contracted. It was a petite figure that had blocked the sword which had pierced through her chest. It was a fatal injury. Qian, who was usually timid and bashful, spread her arms and stood in front of Yang Kai at this moment. Summoning all her courage in the last moments of her life, she bravely looked Yang Kai in the eyes. Then she put on a bright smile while blood streamed out of her mouth. "Big brother Yang, I'm glad that you're okay." The smile was like an invisible hand that clenched Yang Kai's heart, making it impossible for him to breathe. His encounters with Qian Qian over the past months flashed through his eyes as he always remembered her to be a bashful and obedient woman. Both of them joined the Meng Manor at around the same time, and although she was a newcomer too, she instantly gained the eldest young lady's favor and became her trusted maidservant. When she learned martial arts, she showed an aptitude that was just as great as Meng Ru's. Whenever their eyes met, she would become flustered like a frightened rabbit. Yang Kai suddenly recalled seeing the same kind of expression on another woman's face. She was a woman he was not familiar with, but it was destined that he would be tangled up with her forever. As two figures overlapped in his mind, he suddenly called out, "Junior Sister Tao." Qian Qian was already on her last breath, but upon hearing Yang Kai's words, she seemed to have been infused with a new stream of energy as her eyes brightened instantly. All the sorrow and doubts in her heart were cast away as she called out, "Senior Brother Yang." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4833, Live or Die Together. "Senior Brother Yang," Qian Qian called out with a satisfied smile. "Thank you." Yang Kai had no idea why she thanked him, nor did he know whether she would really pass away like this. With that said, it was just a samsara world that she had reincarnated into, so the real her wouldn't be affected when she was killed here. However, he had never expected that Tao Lingwan had also come to this samsara world, and she had been by his side without him knowing the whole time. At the critical moment, she had even blocked a fatal sword strike with her body for him. Both Feng Qingxi and Yu Xiangdai had said that sincerity was of utmost importance in the samsara world. The more sincere a person was, the more likely his or her wish would be granted. Furthermore, everything that happened here reflected one's true heart. Tao Ling, one was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead in this samsara world. In other words, she would make the same decision in the outside world if she was faced with the same situation. Yang Kai felt an excruciating pain in his heart. He wielded his stirring cloud saber and cut off the attacker's arm. Then he wrapped his arm around Qian Qian's waist and stepped backwards. When he looked down, he realized that Qian Qian had closed her eyes. Despite the trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, she sported a contented smile. Feng Qingxi, who appeared to have gone mad shouting orders to his subordinates, suddenly became startled and muttered, "Junior Sister Tao." Nevertheless, he soon realized what had happened and sported a bitter smile. Honored Master made a move in the end, but not only did he fail to catch the chicken, he even lost his rice in the process. He couldn't imagine how his honored master would react upon learning what happened in this place, but he was certain that the latter wouldn't be pleased. Qian Qian's death didn't give Yang Kai a chance to breathe. Although the people from the city lord's mansion were surprised at the maidservant's bravery and determination, it ultimately didn't change anything. Before Yang Kai could even lay Qian Qian's corpse down, he was faced with another round of attacks. Despite his anger, he had nowhere to vent it out. He staggered and dealt with the enemies with difficulty as blood spurted out of his wounds. Meng Ru picked up a sword and wielded it at the enemies with gritted teeth, determined to fight alongside Yang Kai. She had never fought with anyone before, let alone killed a person. However, after learning martial arts from Yang Kai for a few months, she had built a solid foundation, so she was in a far better state than when she was saved by Yang Kai previously. At that time, she found it hard to even pick up a sword. Nevertheless, at this moment, she was somewhat intimidating when wielding her blade. Furthermore, she was the eldest young lady of the Meng Manor, as well as the young city lord's future wife, so no one dared to really kill her. Qian Qian's death seemed to have shocked Feng Qingxi, so while riding his horse, he simply looked up at the sky and sighed. It was getting late, so it was time everything ended. Despite the fact that he hadn't managed to achieve his goal after staying in this world for a few years, he never lost hope as he was determined to complete the task given to him by his honored master. However, the moment he realized his true heart, he discovered that all he really felt was fatigued. Everything he had done in this samsara world seemed to be nothing more than a farce. The young city lord leaped into the air and flew over everyone like a bird. With a dazzling light flashing through his weapon, he came right at Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw the attack and knew it would be fatal. Although he wanted to ward it off, he was powerless to do that. Everyone from Yin Yang Cave Heaven was certain he was dead, but she firmly believed that he was still alive. Therefore, she entered the Samsara Pavilion and set up a heart barrier as she waited for him to come for her. This was the only way she could resist the pressure from the sect seniors who wanted her to marry another man. "Senior sister, we have no time to spare. Please tell me how many more lives I'll have to keep looking for you," Yang Kai asked in a hurry while wiping the blood from his lips. However, Chu Huashang remained calm and collected as she winked at him. "Take a guess." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "You do realize we're dying, right?" Chu Huashang snorted. "It won't be easy, so you'll have to work hard, okay? However, I can tell you that the first life is the easiest, but also the hardest. What I mean is that you could easily win Meng Ru's heart, which was why everything went smoothly for you." Yang Kai asked humbly, "Where's the difficult part, then?" Chu Huashang put on a smile. "The hardest part was that we'd have to live or die together. I told myself that only when you managed to achieve that in the first life would my heart barrier be shattered and my memory restored." Yang Kai nodded. It was because of this heart barrier she had set up that her memory wasn't restored, even though he had won Meng Ru's heart some time ago. The moment they jumped off the cliff together, they managed to share life and death, thus breaking the heart barrier. However, the more times we are reincarnated, the tighter our memories will be sealed. It's the same case for both of us. If you are reincarnated too many times, you might even lose yourself in this samsara world and never find your true self again. So, junior brother, you must always stay true to your heart, Chu Huashang said with a solemn expression. "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded. When he suddenly felt a pinch on his waist, he put on an aggrieved expression and asked, "What are you doing, senior sister?" Chu Huashang had actually pinched his waist and twisted it. She had crossed the line by treating a dying person in such a way. "Humph, what's going on with you and junior sister Tao?" Chu Huashang appeared to be jealous. Yang Kai parted his lips, but he had no idea how to explain it to her. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior sister Tao must be Tao Lingwan, right?" Yang Kai nodded, and he didn't know why Tao Lingwan had also come here and even entered the same samsara world as Chu Huashang. Suddenly, Chu Huashang let out a long sigh. "Although I have no idea what happened between you two, she would have been doomed if you hadn't recognized her." "Why is that?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'm sure you know a thing or two about the wonders of the Samsara Pavilion. A disciple who enters this place will set up a heart barrier for herself. If the heart barrier isn't broken, she will be lost in this place forever. My heart barrier was that I wanted you to find me and make me fall in love with you. You were aware of that, so you had a target regardless of what you did. Despite the difficulties, you knew the kind of goal you had to achieve." Yang Kai nodded. The heart barrier she had set up was definitely different. "Chu Huashang, I guess the heart barrier might be that you had to recognize her without knowing who she really was." It wasn't hard for Chu Huashang to come up with this speculation. After all, Tao Lingwan only recovered her memory after Yang Kai called her junior sister Tao earlier. "What would have happened if I hadn't recognized her?" Yang Kai asked. "All her memories were sealed within Qian Qian. If you hadn't managed to help her restore her memory when Qian Qian passed away, she would never have had a chance to awaken. It was the same for me." Yang Kai was instantly soaked in cold sweat as he felt somewhat horrified. He couldn't figure out why Tao Ling Wan would do such a thing as he had no idea that she had also entered the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason he could recognize her was that Tao Lingwan and Qian Qian were so similar when it came to their temperaments. At that time, he was focused on breaking Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so he didn't pay much attention to Qian Qian. It wasn't until Qian Qian was killed in his stead that he recalled everything about her. What is she trying to do? Perhaps she's trying to prove something. Chu Huashang shook her head. Women can be foolish and unreasonable sometimes, but she succeeded, didn't she? Tao Ling one was willing to die in Yang Kai's stead, and although they were in a samsara world, she had still risked her life just by coming here. Regardless of what Yang Kai thought of her, he now knew that this woman was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Will we see her again? Yang Kai asked. I'm not sure. Chu Huashang shook her head. Maybe we'll see her, but I doubt it. Her heart barrier is different from mine. You have recognized her, and she has expressed her sincerity. It's pointless to go through the same thing again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-34. I'll protect you. Senior sister, I'm sleepy, Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Get some rest. You'll see me again when you open your eyes. Chu Huashang pulled him closer to her embrace. In the meantime, Yu Xiangdai and Qin Xiu were waiting patiently outside the Samsara Pavilion. This place was where hearts were trained, not where one would cultivate. Therefore, even though the Samsara Pavilion was amazing, it didn't have the same advantage as small source worlds in which time would pass by quicker. The speed at which time flowed in the Samsara worlds and the outside world was the same. It had been 3 months since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion, and no one knew what was going on with him inside. It wasn't certain if he shattered Chu Huashang's heart barrier or had even found her. Certainly, they were worried, but as outsiders, their worries were meaningless. It all hinged on Yang Kai's own capabilities. It was because of this matter that Yu Xiangdai and Qin Xiu, who had been fellow brother and sister for thousands of years, got into a conflict. Presently, they were dozens of meters apart, as they sat on empty clearings and waited patiently. Just then, a figure stepped out of the shopping district, just outside of the Samsara Pavilion. Sensing something, Qin Xiu immediately opened his eyes and glanced at that person. Following that, he let out a breath, almost imperceptibly. Yu Xiangdai noticed the person as well. There was a surprised expression on her face as she watched Tao Ling, one coming over. This couldn't be helped, as Tao Ling one came out too soon. No one had ever managed to leave the Samsara Pavilion so soon after entering it. However, Yu Xiangdai recalled something as she narrowed her eyes and put on a smug smile. Honored Master. Tao Ling one walked up to Qin Xiu and saluted him in an elegant manner. Qin Xiu examined her to make sure that she was completely fine and healthy. He parted his lips in an attempt to express his concern, but he was not able to say anything. In the end, he just nodded. I'm glad that you're back. I'm sorry for worrying you. Tao Ling one hung her head low. Yu Xiangdai approached her and asked, Did you meet Yang Boy? Tao Ling one nodded gently. How was it? After giving it a thought, Tao Ling one replied, I believe he must have helped junior sister Chu restore her memory. Yu Xiangdai's eyes brightened when she heard that. Then she let out a breath. That's good. That's good. Qin Xiu asked, Did you see him? Tao Ling one nodded her head. Yes. Qin Xiu stopped asking further. Since Yang Kai had helped Chu Huashang restore her memory, it meant that he had broken her heart barrier. Hence, he had succeeded in this life. On the other hand, Feng Qingxi had not managed to achieve his goal, even though it had been 8 or so years since he entered the Samsara Pavilion. Although Qin Xiu had already expected it, he was still disappointed upon learning the outcome. As they spoke, Feng Qingxi stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion and saluted Qin Xiu and Yu Xiangdai. Like a friendly senior, Yu Xiangdai patted the young man's shoulder and comforted him by saying, "Sincerity can never be forced. You must not think that you're inferior to the other party just because you've lost this competition. You're a core disciple of Yin Cave Heaven after all, and a bright future is ahead of you. However, love is not something which one can control at will." Feng Chengxi obediently saluted her. "Many thanks for your teaching, martial aunt." A gleeful Yu Xiangdai then shot Chinxiu a glance and mocked. "So, what if you've done everything you can to set others up? Look at the outcome now. You're the one who has suffered a setback in the end. I suggest that you stop being so short-sighted, senior brother." A dispassionate Chinxiu glanced at her. "Wanner is my disciple, as well as a member of Yin Cave Heaven." Yu Xiangdai batted her eyes, and suddenly said through clenched teeth, "It's basically a buy one get one free deal. We have made a loss." Tao Ling Wan started blushing furiously. She found it hard to deal with Yu Xiangdai, who could be unrestrained in her words sometimes, and when she thought of the fact that she had to face Chu Huashang in the future, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Although she was just executing her honored master's orders, she was the one who had acted in the end. After struggling internally for a bit, Yu Xiangdai made up her mind. "Senior brother, be prepared. When that brat exits the Samsara Pavilion, we'll let him marry Xiao Huashang and Wanner." Chen Xiu arched his brow. "How are they going to get married?" Yu Xiangdai snorted. "Of course he has to get married into Yin Cave Heaven. No core disciple has ever left the sect after getting married." There was finally a smile on Chen Xiu's usually stern-looking face. He nodded and said, "That's wonderful. You should stay here then. I'll tell the higher-ups about it, and let them make a decision." Yu Xiangdai bowed her head, after which Chen Xiu left the place with his disciples. The conflict between them was resolved after they came to an agreement. Some heavy things seemed to have pressed against Yang Kai's body as he realized that it was pitch black around him. He tried his best to break free from this situation, but to no avail. He even found it increasingly difficult to breathe. For a moment, he thought that he was going to lose his life here and now. After falling off the cliff alongside Chu Huashang, he moved on to the next life. However, he had not the foggiest idea about the situation in this place. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that he was buried beneath some things. The sounds of people wailing and dying could faintly be heard, but they soon quieted down. Just then, a ray of light came into his sight as the heavy things on his figure were taken away. He got to his feet with difficulty and immediately examined his body. When he was beneath the heavy objects, Yang Kai already felt that something was off, and upon first examination he realized what was wrong. Presently, he was just a boy around 12 or 13 years old. It was no wonder that he didn't have much strength as his body had shrunk. "What the?" Yang Kai secretly cursed. The reason he entered this samsara world was to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In order to do that, he had to win her heart. How was such a young brat supposed to do that? Did he have to grow up first? At this moment, he was standing on some debris. It was apparent that he was pressed under a collapsed house just now. He caught a whiff of a pleasant scent as a figure came into his sight. Looking up, he instantly saw the familiar face. The words "Senior Sister Chu" almost spurted out of his mouth. Presently, Chu Huashang was just standing in front of him. She was clad in tight-fitting clothes with a sword at her waist. She tapped the dust off his shoulder and asked gently, "Are you all right, little one?" "Little one." Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Where are your parents?" Chu Huashang asked. Yang Kai didn't know how to reply to her. Thinking that he was still reeling from the shock, Chu Huashang hesitated for a bit before letting out a sigh. Then she bent her back and took his hand. "Don't be afraid. You should follow me from now on. I'll protect you." Yang Kai had the urge to curse. This would definitely be a life that he would never want to look back on. He could already imagine that when he and Chu Huashang got out of the Samsara Pavilion, She would certainly tease him whenever she remembered this. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. With that said, he felt fortunate that he saw Chu Huashang as soon as he opened his eyes. He could grow up by her side and slowly get closer to her heart. All of a sudden, he recalled what Meng Ru said to him when she carried him up and jumped off the cliff. "I'm sorry for what happened in this life. Let me protect you in the next." Her wish had been granted. In this life, it would be her turn to protect him. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed an amazing place where sincerity was of utmost importance. When Meng Ru jumped off the cliff, she must have had a strong desire to protect Yang Kai in the next life, which was why her wish was granted after the reincarnation. In this life, Chu Huashang was one of the brightest disciples in a major sect. Not only was she talented and powerful, she was also beautiful. She had countless admirers within the sect, and even the rising stars from other sects had heard of her. There was never a lack of people who proposed marriage to her, which made Yang Kai feel apprehensive as he was worried that the sect's elders would pressure her to accept one of those proposals. Fortunately, she was an important figure in the sect, so she had a say in this matter. If she didn't agree, no one could force her. After Yang Kai was brought back to the sect, he became a disciple and started cultivating under her tutelage. They rapidly became closer to each other. In this life, Chu Huashang was like a master or elder sister to him. As time passed, Yang Kai grew up to be an adult. Unfortunately, in this life, his aptitude was terrible. Regardless of how hard he cultivated, he was still much weaker than Chu Huashang. Perhaps it had something to do with Meng Ru's last wish. He reckoned that he would really have to be protected by Chu Huashang in his life. Additionally, since he was an adult now, he realized that she started looking at him with a different kind of gaze, which was filled with a sense of longing. This made him feel secretly pleased. As she continued to protect and take care of him, her love for the man became increasingly conspicuous. However, due to the difference between their age and seniority, she wouldn't dare to cross the boundary. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to take the initiative to pursue her. She would always blush and feel her heart pounding against her chest whenever he approached her. When he turned 20 years old, there was finally a breakthrough in their relationship. Following Yang Kai's years of pursuit, she finally cast away the worries in her heart and accepted the man who was 10 years younger than she was and who she had saved all those years ago. The heart barrier was shattered, and Chu Huashang once again recovered her memory. There wasn't really any difficulty to speak of in this life. It just took Yang Kai a lot of time to win her heart. With that said, he once again experienced the abstrusity of the Samsara Pavilion this time. As one's memory was repeatedly sealed, they could realize their true heart and train it more effectively. This was true for both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. Every reincarnation and success meant a new start. For the first 3 lives, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai, be it Meng Ru in the first life, his senior sister in the second life, or the little sister in the neighboring village in the third life. He could immediately find Chu Huashang and start taking action. As long as he could find her, the rest wouldn't be hard. That was because her heart barriers had something to do with him, so he had a natural advantage when it came to breaking them. However, after the third life, the difficulty began to increase. In the fourth life, it took him half a year before he found Chu Huashang, and during that period of time, he came across a lot of danger and almost lost his life. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48:35, The Ninth Life. It was the same case in the fifth life, and it became even more difficult to break Chu Huashang's heart barrier. It was no longer easy to win her heart. After they met each other, they even got into a fight due to some misunderstandings. The level of difficulty further increased in the sixth life. She no longer looked like her original self. Instead, she appeared with an entirely different face, just like what happened to Tao Lingwan, who was reincarnated as Qian Qian in her first life. However, Tao Lingwan's situation was unique. Her heart barrier was that Yang Kai had to recognize her true identity without knowing who she actually was. Therefore, she wouldn't appear before Yang Kai with her original appearance. It was different for Chu Huashang. Her appearance didn't change in the first 5 lives, so Yang Kai could instantly recognize her after finding her. Nevertheless, in the 6th life, she had turned into an entirely different person. If Yang Kai hadn't repeatedly made sure she was Chu Huashang, he would have missed her. The more reincarnations one went through in the Samsara Pavilion, the more difficult the challenge would be. One's memory was greatly affected during reincarnation, and for every reincarnation, Chu Huashang's memory would be sealed. Yang Kai was fine initially, but as he went through rounds of reincarnation, his memory began to be affected as well. They moved on to the 7th life, 8th life, and finally arrived at their 9th life. There were a lot of grand halls in the Grand Qi Temple where many powerful cultivators resided. The fight between the forces of righteousness and evil had persisted for hundreds of years. Due to the never-ending war, countless people had lost their lives. As a result, the entire continent had turned into living hell where blood rivers had formed. About 100 years ago, Grand Qi Temple was born from an alliance of 7 sects. Only the most powerful and upright person had the right to become the temple master of Grand Qi Temple and lead all the righteous great forces in the world. On the other hand, there were those from White Lotus sect who were good at bewitching people and causing trouble in the world. In this chaotic world, they had taken on innumerable disciples to fight against Grand Qi Temple, becoming their greatest enemy. There were victories and losses on both sides following years of fighting between the righteous and the wicked. Evil had steadily gained the upper hand over the past few decades, but perhaps the righteous would gain an upper hand in the decades that followed. However, regardless of which side was at an advantage, they couldn't completely destroy the other. There were the top 7 sects on the continent, which were Divine Method Hall, Grand Battle Sect, Swaying Willow Sect, Hidden Sword Villa, Shooting Star Palace, Emerald Smoke Sect, and Lion Hall. These were the 7 sects that had propped up the righteous side and jointly founded Grand Qi Temple. It had been about 130 years since Grand Qi Temple was born. There had been 4 temple masters in the past who had all died in the battle against the powerful masters from White Lotus sect. Yang Kai, who was in his prime, was the 5th temple master of Grand Qi Temple. He was from one of the 7 sects' Divine Method Hall. His mastery over the spear was unrivaled, and he was an upright and honest man. After the 4th temple master passed away 3 years ago, he single-handedly saved Grand Qi Temple, which was on the brink of falling apart. In comparison, the 5th temple master was much stronger than the previous 4 temple masters when it came to raw strength, determination, and intelligence. In fact, as the temple master, he had launched dozens of attacks on White Lotus sect in the past 3 years and been victorious every time. Just after midnight, as Luo Tinghe spoke, she soaked a towel in a basin of water and wrung it before passing it to Yang Kai. After taking it, Yang Kai wiped his face and felt refreshed. However, the vague image of that woman in his dream still lingered in his mind. He had a feeling that the woman in his dream was someone very important to him, but as he went through the past experiences in his life, he was certain that he had never met her before. This strange matter puzzled him. Just then, a slight noise was heard coming from outside. Yang Kai's gaze turned ferocious while Luo Ting, his petite figure, instantly disappeared from the spot. A cold breeze swept through the gap of the door. A moment later, Luo Tinghe returned to the room with blood still dripping from her sword. Yang Kai looked up while a calm and collected Luo Ting. He said, "Some of the conceited disciples from White Lotus sect wanted to assassinate you. How many of them are still alive?" Yang Kai asked in a grim voice. 3. Luo Ting, he chuckled. You must do whatever it takes to find out everything they know. Yang Kai snorted. Don't worry. Luo Ting, he nodded repeatedly. I'll dig out everything from their heads. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. The next day, powerful cultivators gathered together in the main conference hall of Grand Qi Temple. There were 6 vice temple masters under Temple Master Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai was from Divine Method Hall, which was one of the 7 sects, the other vice temple masters were the ones who were in charge of the remaining 6 sects. Under the vice temple masters were the hall masters. There were about 30 of them. These were the managers of Grand Qi Temple that had gathered together. They could command all the cultivators in the world who belonged to the righteous path. At this moment, all of them were gazing at Yang Kai. The past 3 years were more than enough time for Yang Kai to build sufficient authority as the 5th temple master. Presently, he remained silent, and even though there were a lot of people in the grand hall, no one dared to say anything. A moment later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, in 10 days, those from White Lotus sect intend to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City and refine a 10,000 soul banner. All of them had their expressions changed drastically upon hearing that. Vice Temple Master Gonwen Shan, who was from Grand Battle sect, asked in horror, Are you serious, Temple Master? Yang Kai nodded. Xiao He personally obtained the information from the assassins last night. At the mention of Xiao He, all of them shuddered, including Vice Temple Master Xia Hong Tao, who was also from Emerald Smoke sect. Although Luo Ting, he appeared to be crazy sometimes, all of them knew how ruthless she was. She was the oddest one in Grand Qi Temple, if not for the fact that she had never done anything wicked, and that she was really from Emerald Smoke sect. Many would have condemned her, as the things she had done were no different from, if not worse than, those from the wicked path. No one could hide any secrets following her interrogation. Yu Xingzhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace, frowned. Can we believe what the assassins have said? Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City to refine a 10,000 soul banner is no small matter. It's supposed to be a top secret that only the leaders of White Lotus sect have the right to know. Yang Kai explained, it's a major event to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City, so they will need a lot of people to carry it out. Even if White Lotus sect wanted to hide this news, some people might still be able to figure out what's going on. Xiao He has already speculated that something like this was about to occur, so this conclusion is not entirely based on what the assassins have said. Upon hearing that, Yu Xingzhou nodded. In that case, East Star City will be in danger. Yang Kai rose from the seat and declared, although East Star City is not big, there are still around 100,000 residents, all of whom are innocent. If those from White Lotus sect succeed in refining the 10,000 soul banner, many more innocent people will be affected. We have to stop them. Moreover, the 10,000 soul banner is very important to White Lotus sect, so the White Lotus matriarch might personally host the sacrificial ceremony. If we can kill the White Lotus matriarch in East Star City, White Lotus sect will definitely collapse. The fight between the righteous and wicked path that has spanned hundreds of years will come to an end, and peace will be restored to our world. Upon hearing that, all of them felt their blood boiling as they got up and said, We will follow your lead, Temple Master. With a satisfied expression, Yang Kai nodded. He calmly gave the orders, as it was apparent that he was well prepared. When all the arrangements were made a moment later, Yang Kai swept an authoritative glance over them. This is a great opportunity for Grand Qi Temple. If we succeed, we'll be able to destroy White Lotus sect. All of you should lead your own people and wait for further orders. Any leak of information will be punishable by death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4836, Unable to Recognize Each Other. In the middle of the night in East Star City, only the sounds of dogs barking and babies crying could be heard from time to time. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was standing on top of a tower and looking down with a pair of eagle-like eyes. Below the calm surface was a violent undercurrent. The people from Grand Chi Temple and the disciples from White Lotus sect had hidden themselves in this small city, but they seemed to be aware of each other's presence. An hour to midnight, the first conflict broke out. It ended just as quickly as it started, though, and nothing much had been affected. However, the second and third conflicts soon followed. An hour after midnight, the battle was in full swing, and carnage could be seen on every street of East Star City. All of the citizens shut their doors and wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. Just then, a high-pitched sound was heard coming from a particular direction. Yang Kai's eyes turned ferocious as he looked in that direction. Booms were continuously heard coming from over there. As the world energy surged, more than 10 figures engaged in an intense battle. Lights flickered, following the use of different secret techniques. Despite the long distance, Yang Kai could immediately see a middle-aged woman who was clad in white robes. She was none other than the White Lotus matriarch. White Lotus sect was founded a long time before Grand Chi Temple. The current sect master of White Lotus sect was this White Lotus matriarch, who was known for her ruthlessness. Countless sects had been destroyed on the continent because they had offended White Lotus sect. Although those from Grand Chi Temple had launched several attacks to kill White Lotus matriarch, they hadn't managed to achieve their goal. So far, as she was cunning and elusive. Just like they had expected, though, the White Lotus matriarch had really appeared to host the sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. At this moment, she was leading some of the powerful masters from White Lotus sect to break through the siege. Unfortunately, several vice temple masters from Grand Chi Temple had joined forces to stop them, so they were unable to break free for the time being. With that said, the White Lotus matriarch was one of the most powerful cultivators on the continent. Although the vice temple masters from Grand Chi Temple were fairly strong themselves, they were unable to keep her trapped for long. After several exchanges of moves, one of the vice temple masters was wounded by a sword. A violent force exploded in his body, rendering him powerless to fight. It wasn't certain if he could survive. Yang Kai leaped off from the top of the tower and flew towards them like an eagle. While in midair, he lifted his spear. In that instant, the White Lotus matriarch felt cold all over her body. When she turned her head, her expression changed drastically. She threw the people around her away without any hesitation, and as a glint flashed through her blade, a sword wave slashed at Yang Kai. As Yang Kai flourished his spear, and the sword wave shattered. Blood started streaming out of a wound on his face that was caused by the remnant sword chi, yet he did not even bat his eyes as he continued with his attack. The next moment, the White Lotus matriarch was sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Technically speaking, both Yang Kai and the White Lotus matriarch were equally matched, as they were some of the most powerful cultivators in the world. However, Yang Kai had basically launched a sneak attack while the White Lotus matriarch was unsuspecting, which was why she suffered a serious setback. Before the enemy even landed, Luo Ting, he appeared right on the spot where she was falling. No one knew when Luo Ting he had appeared. She was just as silent as a phantom, but a sword cry was heard coming from her weapon. From the looks of it, it was as if the White Lotus matriarch took the initiative to throw herself onto the sword. At the most critical moment, the White Lotus matriarch forcefully twisted her figure to make sure her vitals wouldn't be pierced. Despite that, she was still greatly harmed by Luo Ting, as the sword penetrated her chest. However, the White Lotus matriarch had also managed to land a palm on Luo Ting, with all her might, and sent her flying away. Luo Ting crashed into a house and it wasn't certain whether she was dead or alive. After getting struck by two powerful cultivators consecutively, the White Lotus matriarch had managed to survive, but she was in a terrible state. Her face was as pale as a white sheet, and her white dress had been dyed red. She stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a hideous grin. As she performed different hand seals, she said through clenched teeth, "Activate." The next moment, she crouched down and pressed her hands against the ground as a violent force burst forth. It was too late for Yang Kai to stop her. The entire East Star City shook as everyone found it hard to keep their balance. The blood flowing on the ground seemed to have been infused with life as it squirmed and formed a gigantic spirit array. An eerie red light engulfed the entire East Star City as everyone could hear the sounds of crying and howling, and the cold wind which was whipped up made them shudder. The expressions of the Vice Temple Masters changed drastically. Xia Hong Tao from Emerald Smoke Sect exclaimed, "The 10,000 Souls Array." Seizing the chance, the White Lotus matriarch escaped and disappeared into the darkness. Her voice could be heard saying from a distance, "I'll remember what all of you from Grand Chi Temple have done to me today. I'll make you pay a price that's 100 times greater than this." After hesitating between chasing after the enemy and saving lives for a moment, Yang Kai made a decision as he ordered, "Break the array and save the people." If this spirit array was allowed to fulfill its purpose, all 100,000 innocents in East Star City would be sacrificed. The White Lotus matriarch certainly shouldn't be allowed to escape, but they still had a chance to kill her in the future. The most important thing for them now was to save lives. There were other remnants of White Lotus sect in the city who still steadfastly guarded the array nodes. However, since the White Lotus matriarch had fled, the disciples from White Lotus sect were now leaderless. On the other hand, those from Grand Chi Temple were still moving forward in an orderly manner following the Temple Master's instructions. The array nodes were occupied by those from Grand Chi Temple one by one, causing the Spirit Array's operation to become increasingly sluggish. Luo Ting he could immediately see that Yang Kai was seated on some rubble while holding his spear. There was a sword that had jabbed into his chest. She walked over and took a glance at him. Then she grabbed the hilt with one hand and pressed her other hand on the man's shoulder. "It may hurt a little." Yang Kai nodded. The next instant, the sword was pulled out while blood spurted from the wound. Yang Kai's figure shook a little. A dexterous Luo Ting, he struck some of the man's acupoints to stop his blood from streaming out. Then, she said, "The White Lotus matriarch escaped." The White Lotus matriarch ran away after activating the spirit array. Luo Ting he chased after her, but despite her injuries, the White Lotus matriarch was as agile as ever when fleeing. After pursuing for more than a dozen kilometers, Luo Ting he realized that the enemy was nowhere to be seen. Left with no other choice, she could only return to the city. Following that, she saw that Yang Kai was hurt. "We'll have another chance to kill her in the future." Yang Kai nonchalantly nodded. Since the White Lotus matriarch had been badly injured, it would take her about a year for her to recuperate. He then asked, "Have you heard of the name Chu Huashang?" Luo Ting he shook her head. "No." She furrowed her brows while staring at the wound on the man's chest. Given her eyesight, she could see that Yang Kai was directly facing the opponent when he was hurt. However, she couldn't think of anyone in the world who could harm this man while facing him head-on. Even the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't be able to do that. Nevertheless, she didn't intend to ask him about what had happened. Yang Kai would tell her about it if he wanted to. "Ask around," Yang Kai ordered. "Luo Ting," he said, "you'd better recuperate first." Yang Kai nodded. "There's poison on the tip of that sword, so I'll probably pass out soon. Before I wake up, the Vice Temple Masters will handle the affairs in the temple while you'll assist them from the side." "Got it," Luo Ting he replied. When she took a glance at Yang Kai, she realized that he had already lost consciousness. She let out a sigh and carried Yang Kai up before dexterously leaving the city at full speed. She intended to return to Grand Qi Temple first. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48:37. Shall he? Strange images kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind. The name Chu Huashang seemed to have a special power as it repeatedly resonated across his head while he was unconscious, knocking on his sealed memory. There came a moment when the seal was broken as he went through the experiences in his previous lives in his dream. The figure that had always been vague in his dreams finally became crystal clear. As she turned her head, a joyful and coquettish face came into his sight. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes. He was still weak due to the injury and poison he had suffered from. Even though he was strong, it was impossible that he could fully recover as soon as he awakened. Everything around him looked familiar to him. He supposed he was in his own bedroom in Grand Qi Temple. A person was seated beside his bed. The only person who could enter his bedroom as she pleased and protected him while he was unconscious was none other than Luo Tinghe. At this moment, she was looking at him with a weird expression. As though realizing something, she once again asked the question she had asked countless times before. Have you recalled it? Yang Kai nodded his head. An energized Luo Tinghe asked, What did you recall? Many things. Yang Kai struggled to sit up, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing that, Luo Tinghe quickly helped him up and placed a pillow behind his back. Then, she stared at him with a longing expression. Tell me all about it. Yang Kai shook his head, then gazed at her with an awkward expression and asked, Have you recalled it? In an instant, Luo Tinghe appeared puzzled. What am I supposed to recall? I don't know. In the dream, he finally shattered the shackles that had locked his memory and remembered who he truly was. He recalled where this place was and his reason for coming here. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear in his heart and realized once more how mysterious the Samsara Pavilion was. It was already his 9th life. After living in this world for so long, he had forgotten about who he was, not to mention the fact that he was supposed to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier. After many rounds of reincarnation, his memory had been greatly affected. If he hadn't come across Chu Huashang by chance this time, his memory wouldn't have been restored. He would have still regarded himself to be the temple master of Grand Qi Temple who strived to achieve victory for the righteous path. The challenge he had to face in this life was unusually difficult. Now, he was the temple master of Grand Qi Temple while Chu Huashang was a disciple of White Lotus sect. Both parties had been arch nemesis for a very long time. During their first encounter, Chu Huashang thrust her sword into his chest and almost killed him. This wasn't a good sign. He reckoned that he had to come up with a good plan in order to win her heart and shatter her heart barrier in this kind of situation. Besides that, the existence of Luo Tinghe concerned him. After his memory was restored, Yang Kai realized that his personal bodyguard was no ordinary person. That was because she had been by his side since the 6th life. In the 6th life, he saved a starving beggar who was none other than Luo Tinghe. The person had the same name and appearance as his current personal bodyguard. He initially thought that she was just an illusory figure in the samsara world, so he wasn't bothered by it. However, in the 7th life, she once again appeared by his side. This time, she was no longer a beggar. Instead, she was a valiant general who had made countless contributions on the battlefields. On the other hand, he was the king of the country. In the 8th life, she became a sect master while he was a disciple of that sect. After so many rounds of reincarnation, he finally figured out a thing or two about the samsara worlds. These samsara worlds were born on the foundation of Chu Huashang's heart barrier. In other words, her heart was the key to solving the mystery in the samsara worlds. The reason Yang Kai could always smoothly appear in these samsara worlds was that Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier had something to do with him, as it connected both of them. Therefore, regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation he went through, he would always appear in the samsara world where she was located. While that was the case for him, what was going on with Xiaohe? Since the sixth life, she had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were born on the foundation of Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier, which suggested that she had something to do with the latter. Was she somewhat important to Chu Hua Shang? Was that the reason she had always been around in the previous few lives? However, Yang Kai had never heard Chu Hua Shang mention this person before. What was even more puzzling was that Xiaohe would always be by Yang Kai's side every time she appeared. Now, he wasn't certain whether Xiaohe was someone who had entered the samsara pavilion and become reincarnated into the samsara worlds just like himself, or an illusory figure created by these samsara worlds. If it was the former, it meant that Luo Ting, he was training her heart in the samsara pavilion while her true body was hidden in one of the trees. If it was the latter, she should be a manifestation of Chu Hua Shang's memory somehow. She repeatedly asked him if he had recalled anything, which seemed to suggest that she was aware that her memory had been sealed too. In that case, she was probably not an illusory figure. Instead, she was a real person who had barged into these samsara worlds somehow. However, she was muddle-headed and even acted somewhat crazed most of the time, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to ask her anything about it. Luo Ting, he stared at him with a tilted head for a moment. Upon realizing that he didn't intend to delve into this topic, she stopped asking. Instead, she said, "I've found out what you want to know. Chu Huashang is one of the saintesses under the White Lotus matriarch. She had only stopped cultivating in seclusion some time ago. The White Lotus matriarch has very high hopes of her." "She's a saintess?" Yang Kai was rendered speechless. He initially thought that Chu Huashang was just an ordinary disciple of White Lotus sect, so it surprised him when he learned that she was a saintess. This was a knotty issue. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, but there were only a small number of saintesses who all had the right to become the next sect master. Every saintess had extraordinary aptitude and influence. Moreover, they were all loyal to White Lotus sect and regarded Grand Qi Temple to be the arch-nemesis. In this kind of situation, it was close to impossible for him to win Chu Huashang's heart as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. Furthermore, it was already the 9th life. He reckoned that the last round of reincarnation was also the hardest, as even his memory had been sealed for several dozen years. It wasn't until he came across Chu Huashang that his memory was unsealed. It must be even worse for her. Unlike the first life, she wouldn't fall in love with him just because he had saved her life. Therefore, it was practically hopeless to wait for Chu Huashang to fall in love with him. When they met again, she would only try to kill him without hesitation, just like how she steadfastly thrust her sword into his chest during their first encounter. From what we've gathered, it was just a pretense that those from White Lotus sect wanted to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. Their original intention was to kill you. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiaohe took the initiative to report the information that Grand Qi Temple had gathered recently. Yang Kai nodded. "I figured." In fact, the White Lotus matriarch had made an incredible move. Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City might not be entirely a pretense. If those from Grand Qi Temple were unable to stop them, they would achieve something great by successfully refining the 10,000 soul banner. If those from Grand Qi Temple decided to interfere, they could attempt to kill Temple Master Yang Kai. In reality, they had almost succeeded. Yang Kai was fully aware of who the saintesses in White Lotus sect were, but those from Grand Qi Temple were completely clueless about this new saintess, Chu Huashang. Moreover, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state when he saw the familiar figure. Therefore, he was unsuspecting when Chu Huashang made her move. The people outside are flustered. They thought that you might not ever awaken. Xiao, he said, the vice temple masters have had some arguments. Do you want to go out and placate them? There's no need for that. Yang Kai shook his head. Okay, Luo Ting, he appeared nonchalant. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the only person in the world that she cared about. She wasn't even concerned about her own master sect, the Emerald Smoke sect. That was the reason she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard back then instead of one of the 6 vice temple masters. The fact that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was badly injured wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Basically, every cultivator would become wounded at some point in their lives. However, the injury Yang Kai had suffered was not ordinary, and there was fatal poison on the sword that had wounded him. Everyone thought that the temple master was doomed. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his strength would diminish significantly. In fact, that was indeed the case. The temple master was lucky enough to have escaped from death's door, but he had rarely stepped out of his room since he awakened. When he did show up sometimes, he was seen with a pale face, and it was apparent that he had difficulty walking. This was a sign that his condition had deteriorated. 1 month later, all 6 vice temple masters came to an agreement. During a meeting in Grand Qi Temple, they implicitly suggested that Yang Kai step down from the position of temple master. After all, the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was supposed to be the most powerful cultivator of all 7 great sects. The temple master wasn't just a symbol, but also the spiritual support of Grand Qi Temple. Every year, those from White Lotus sect would make countless attempts to kill the leaders of Grand Qi Temple. If the temple master was weak, the entire Grand Qi Temple would be greatly impacted if he was assassinated. By then, everyone would be flustered, and those from White Lotus sect would seize the chance to destroy them. Faced with the vice temple master's implicit request, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to step down as the temple master. As for who would be the next temple master of Grand Qi Temple, it was none of his business. If his memory hadn't been restored, he wouldn't have easily made a concession. After all, he was a disciple from Divine Method Hall in this life, and he had always been involved in the fight against White Lotus sect. Furthermore, his biggest wish had been to destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. However, since his memory had been restored, he knew what he was supposed to do. Yang Kai turned down their invitation to become one of the vice temple masters, and one fine morning he simply left Grand Qi Temple with a horse and some belongings. Luo Ting, he followed him closely. Although those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea, they were powerless to stop her. As far as they were concerned, she was a crazy woman, and only Yang Kai was able to communicate with her. She wouldn't bother to talk to others at all. Barely after 3 years, she seemed to have perfectly accepted the fact that she was Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Even though he had stepped down from the position of temple master, she still followed him wherever he went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4838, Looking for Someone. 1 month later, a man and a woman who were covered in dust arrived at a certain village. The man's face was slightly pale as he coughed from time to time. There was a spear on his back. On the other hand, the woman was petite while her face was alluring. There was a sword in her hand. They were none other than Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, who had come all the way here from Grand Qi Temple. It was just an ordinary village. Beside the dilapidated walls were kids who were playing around. Smoke could be seen billowing from the chimney of every house as the smell of food lingered in the air. There were some plump women who called out to their kids to go home and have a meal. The kids, who were playing around with some weapons made from wood in their hands, were curious about these visitors as they surrounded and examined them. Xiao, he sniffled and stroked her flat belly. "I'm hungry." She then looked pleadingly at Yang Kai. Following a sigh, Yang Kai took the pouch from his waist and fished out a silver coin. He then said to the kids around him, "Whoever can bring us to have some delicious food will get this." The eyes of those kids brightened as they streamed towards him. "I have some delicious food in my house. I'll bring you there. Come to my house." "They're lying. They don't eat meat at all. There's salted fish in my house." After a tug of war, a slightly older kid managed to grab the silver coin. Although he was punched a bit by the other kids because of that, he didn't mind it. As he clenched the silver coin in his hand, he took Yang Kai's clothes with his other hand and said, "Come with me." Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Xiaohe to follow him. They soon arrived at the kid's house. His parents were around, wearing simple clothes that most farmers would own. Years of hard work had left some clear marks on their bodies. The man wasn't good with words as he smiled like a fool. Realizing that Yang Kai and Xiaohe were wealthy, though, he treated them in a friendly manner. On the other hand, his wife was stocky, but she was pretty hospitable. Seeing the silver coin presented to them by their son, they generously gave Yang Kai and Xiaohe 2 bowls of rice, as well as a salted fish they had kept for quite some time. Xiaohe picked up the bowl and wolfed down the meal. The man was squatting at the door and smoking while the woman stood on the side with a smile. The kid was seated by the table as he watched Xiaohe devour the food with a pair of curious eyes. "Are you not going to eat?" After finishing her own food, Xiaohe looked up and realized that Yang Kai hadn't had anything. "You can have it." Yang Kai put on a smile. Without hesitation, Xiaohe picked up his bowl of rice and gobbled it up. It was hard to imagine that such a small woman had such a big appetite. In fact, Yang Kai had brought quite a bit of money with him when he left Grand Qi Temple, but barely 1 month later, he had used up almost all of it to buy food for Xiaohe. "My sister was born to have a big appetite. Please don't mind her." "Madam." Yang Kai turned to look at the smiling woman. Although the woman was hospitable, she wasn't good with words. Upon hearing that, she waved her hand and said, "It's fine. We still have quite a lot of rice. She can have as much of it as she pleases." Yang Kai then gazed at the kid beside him. "You're still growing. Why don't you eat something?" The kid replied with a smile, "You can eat first. I'll eat later." In response, Yang Kai nodded and stopped objecting. All of a sudden, Xiaohe raised the bowl and said to the woman, "More rice, please." Upon hearing that, the man, who was smoking at the door, started coughing violently. He almost couldn't breathe because of that. The woman's eyelids twitched as she took the bowl with an awkward expression before she entered the kitchen to get more rice for her. Xiaohe proceeded to devour that bowl and then asked for more. 1 hour later, the woman took the empty bowl with a bitter expression and looked at Xiaohe, who was still asking for more rice. "That's all we have." The man was no longer in the mood to smoke. Since Xiaohe asked for more rice for the 3rd time, he had kept turning his head to stare fixedly at her. The kid beside Yang Kai sported a cold expression. A disappointed Xiaohe said, "I'm not full yet." Disbelief was written all over the woman's face as she gazed at Yang Kai. She couldn't figure out how he managed to raise his sister. This kind of appetite was enough to make a wealthy family go broke. Was the food delicious? Yang Kai gaped at Xiaohe. "It was delicious, but there was a bitter aftertaste," Xiaohe replied, honestly. "Of course the food was bitter, since there was poison in it." Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures came right at Xiaohe and him at the same time. The man, who had been seated by the door, suddenly attempted to tackle them. The saber in his hand flickered as he was engulfed in murderous intent. The woman tossed the bowl away as she took a step forward and pushed out her palm toward Xiaohe. Even the kid beside Yang Kai suddenly fished out a sword and tried to stab it into the latter's heart from a tricky angle. The next moment, Xiaohe made a move. The man and woman grunted before they were sent flying away, while spraying a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai extended 2 fingers and gently caught the blade. Regardless of how hard the kid tried, he was unable to retract his sword as his face started flushing. A furious Xiao He snapped, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was poison in the food? Aren't you immune to all kinds of poison?" Yang Kai batted his eyes. "Oh, right." Xiao He calmed down instantly, but she still felt aggrieved. "But you should have told me about it." "Would you not eat it if I told you?" A bashful Xiao He replied, hesitantly, "I would still eat it anyway." "See." Yang Kai shrugged and extended his hand. The kid grunted and fell backwards. Then he was shocked to realize that he was unable to move as a mysterious force passed through all his meridians. "Who are they?" Xiao He frowned. The 3 of them were cultivators, and they put poison into their food. It was apparent that they were ill-intentioned. They're disciples of White Lotus sect. Yang Kai rose from the chair. "This place is one of their secret hideouts." Upon hearing that, Xiao He was astounded. She just followed Yang Kai wherever he went and didn't care about anything else. So she was surprised to learn that he had brought her to this kind of place. It wasn't that she was afraid. Given their strength, there were rarely any cultivators in the world who could harm them if they were in a one-on-one fight. The reason Yang Kai knew this was one of the secret hideouts of White Lotus sect was that he had been the temple master of Grand Chi Temple for 3 years. He was also aware of other hideouts like this. The reason he didn't tell anyone to destroy them previously was that he didn't want to alert the enemy to his knowledge. Nevertheless, since he was no longer the temple master, the previous arrangements didn't matter anymore. "What are we doing here?" "Looking for someone." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he frowned and looked out the door. He could sense that many people had surrounded the house. It was apparent that the fight just now had caught the attention of other White Lotus sect disciples. "I'll deal with them." After having some poisonous food, Xiao He was furious. Then she raised her sword and dashed out of the house. Soon, shrieks were continuously heard from all directions. The woman and the man, who were lying on the ground, finally had their expressions changed drastically. The woman asked, "Who are you?" Turning to her, he slowly spoke his name, Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, the man widened his eyes and started trembling. With a pale face, the woman exclaimed, "Grand Chi Temple's temple master, Yang Kai." The war between good and evil had raged for hundreds of years. Even though the grassroots disciples of White Lotus sect had never seen Yang Kai before, all of them had heard his name at least. To them, the temple master of Grand Chi Temple was just as noble as their own White Lotus matriarch. The average person wouldn't have a chance to see either of them. No one could have expected that the temple master of Grand Chi Temple would appear in such a remote village. "I'm no longer the temple master of Grand Chi Temple." Yang Kai shook his head. His words confirmed the woman's speculation. The woman appeared dejected. Just now, she was trying to come up with a way to flee. However, upon learning that the man before her eyes was the legendary Yang Kai, she gave up on the idea. The gap between their strength was insurmountable, so how was she supposed to flee? "What are you doing in our White Lotus sect stronghold?" the woman asked. "I already said I'm looking for someone from White Lotus sect." "Who are you talking about?" "It's none of your business. Just tell your higher-ups about it, and the person I'm looking for will come to see me." A myriad of expressions came over the woman's face. With her hand pressed against her chest, she got to her feet slowly. Then she forcefully moved backwards and destroyed the wall behind her before running away at full speed. Then she heard Yang Kai saying, "I'll wait here for a month. If I don't see the person I'm looking for by then, I'll personally visit the 8 secret hideouts of White Lotus sect." The woman shuddered and ran faster. Xiao He dashed into the house and looked around. She fled. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and took a look at her sword, which was soaked in blood. "Have you killed all of them?" A nonchalantly Xiao He replied, "Yes, you wanted some of them to live. You should have told me earlier." Then she gazed at the man and the kid on the ground as her murderous intent surged. "Well, you should probably keep them alive to cook for you. I don't know how to cook." Yang Kai's words were effective in stopping her from killing the last two survivors. Although the man and the kid had escaped from death's door, they felt devastated. After all, as disciples of White Lotus sect, they had fallen into the hands of these two. It was expected that life would be like living hell for them. They could already imagine the kind of torture they would face. In reality, things were different from what they imagined. In the following days, they were not tortured in any way. The man was responsible for cooking meals for Xiao He and Yang Kai every day. On the other hand, the kid had no choice but to play some childish games with Xiao He during this period of time. They repeatedly tried to flee using many different methods. However, what was a matter of life or death to them was like another game in Xiao He's eyes. She would always appear at the most unexpected moments and capture the two of them who were ready to run away or had already left the village. Every time they were captured, some of their hair would be cut as a punishment. After just half a month, both of them became bald. Since there was no hair left on their heads, Xiao He said to them in a serious manner, "If I catch you again, I'll have no choice but to cut your heads." Their hair would grow back after it was cut, but their heads certainly wouldn't. They wouldn't dare to find out whether Xiao He was serious. So after that day, they became obedient and didn't dare to flee again. Meanwhile, having lost a source of entertainment, Xiao He found it to be boring and soon regretted threatening them in such a way. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4839. Prove it to me. The deadline Yang Kai had given was 1 month. If he couldn't see the person he was looking for within that time, he would personally visit 8 of White Lotus sect's secret hideouts. This kind of threat was intolerable to those from White Lotus sect. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, so there were definitely a lot more than 8 secret hideouts. However, no one knew exactly which 8 hideouts Yang Kai was talking about. In that case, it wouldn't be possible for them to move the people there to another place. In order to keep the hideout safe, the only way was to kill Yang Kai once and for all. On the last day of the deadline, Yang Kai was cultivating with his legs crossed in the middle of the night. After a few months of hard work, he finally managed to force out the remaining poison. The last bit of poison was sprayed out from his mouth, along with some black blood. At that instant, he felt energized and refreshed, as though the shackles around his body had been lifted. Those from Grand Chi Temple thought that even though he had survived the fatal poison, his strength must have decreased significantly. That was the reason the 6 vice temple masters joined forces to make him step down as the temple master. They might be doing it out of greed, or for the greater good of everyone. However, after realizing his true heart, Yang Kai was no longer interested in the position of temple master. Even if no one had forced him to resign, he would still have stepped down from the position. There were more important things he had to do. His experiences in the samsara worlds were nothing more than illusions. All of a sudden, the sounds of something breaking through the air were heard, which were extremely ear-catching in this serene night. Following that, arrows penetrated the door and windows from all directions and engulfed him like a storm. Yang Kai, who was seated on the bed, picked up his spear and spun it. Following some clangs, all the arrows were deflected. However, the rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Yang Kai roared and leaped into the air before smashing through the roof. There were already some people waiting for him on the roof. As soon as he appeared, they assumed a formation and tried to kill him together. All of them were fairly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last even 3 of Yang Kai's moves, but after they joined forces, they could make up for each other's weaknesses and greatly increase their collective strength. After more than 10 breaths of intense battle, Yang Kai grunted and fell backwards. he crashed through the roof and landed on the ground. Just then, two hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed his ankles. The person then exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to drag Yang Kai into the ground. Without sparing a glance, Yang Kai stabbed his spear a meter deep into the ground. When he pulled out his weapon, the ground was already dyed crimson. The attackers came at him from the rooftop, but Yang Kai wielded his spear and dealt with them. Right then, shrieks could be heard coming from outside the house. Xiaohe had made her move. In the darkness, she was like a phantom. Wherever she drifted, enemies would shriek and lose their lives. A moment later, she arrived at Yang Kai's side. The people that had been using a formation were initially an equal match for Yang Kai. However, with Xiaohe joining the battle, they instantly found it hard to persevere. Yang Kai and Xiaohe had worked together for many years so they could easily coordinate with each other. The powerful cultivators that White Lotus sect had spent years nurturing were all killed in fewer than 20 breaths. There was some blood on Xiaohe's face. She dabbed it with her finger and licked it with her tongue. Her expression became excited and hideous, while her murderous intent radiated like a bright light in the darkness. It was as though she would kill any living creature that was in front of her. Yang Kai directly landed a smack on her head. Xiaohe's figure was forced to lower, but her murderous intent had subsided significantly. She had restored some sensibility as she sported an aggrieved expression and pressed her lips together. "Look for her," Yang Kai demanded. Xiaohe sniffled, then pointed in a particular direction. "That way." They moved at the same time and charged forward in that direction. Inside a house that was still intact stood several figures in silence, as they had hidden their auras. Even a top cultivator like Yang Kai hadn't noticed it before. Nevertheless, Xiaohe could accurately find them. The wall shattered, but before those people could react, Yang Kai and Xiaohe had already appeared right in front of them. As their eyes met, Yang Kai flashed a bright smile at the woman at the front. However, the woman sported an extremely gloomy expression while the faces of her personal bodyguards were tight. Xiaohe swept a glance over them while appearing eager. She looked inquisitively at Yang Kai to seek his permission to kill them. While Yang Kai pretended that he hadn't seen it, Xiaohe appeared disappointed. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both parties were only 10 meters apart. While those from White Lotus sect were hostile, Yang Kai and Xiaohe remained calm and collected, as though they didn't have any regard for the other party. At that, those from White Lotus sect became even more apprehensive. All of a sudden, the woman at the front put on a smile. Everything else in the world paled compared to her smile at this moment. "I heard you were looking for me, old man." Yang Kai's brow twitched. In one of their lives, the woman called him little one and told him not to be afraid. This life, she called him old man. It seemed that what went around came around. "Yes, I was looking for you," Yang Kai nodded. There was an innocent expression on the face of the White Lotus sect saintess, Chu Huashang. She tilted her head and placed her finger on her lips. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, which were only filled with tenderness. A shocked Chu Huashang asked, "Have you fallen in love with me, old man?" An unabashed Yang Kai directly admitted it. It was love at first sight. Upon hearing that, Chu Huashang and her personal bodyguards were stunned. Only Xiaohe's eyes brightened, as though she had just heard something interesting. With an excited expression, she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang while, for some reason, feeling anxious. Chu Huashang was lost for words. She wasn't serious when she said that just now, so it surprised her that the other party directly admitted it. Moreover, his expression and tone seemed to suggest that he was completely sincere. Although she was young, she was good at reading people's faces. Therefore, she could judge whether a person was lying through his gaze and tone. She wanted to look for the traces of Yang Kai lying, but her attempt was futile. All of a sudden, she started laughing and bent her back as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai only looked silently at her with a pair of loving eyes. A moment later, Chu Huasheng stopped laughing and wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes. She gazed at the man and said, "It was love at first sight. Did you forget I wounded you at that time?" Yang Kai nodded. "Your attack almost killed me, so you have to make up for it for the rest of this life." Xiaohe's face started flushing as she became more agitated. She pressed her hands against her chest with an enchanted expression, as though she had just heard the most loving words in the world. The smile on Chu Huasheng's face froze as she pursed her lips. "You're pretty good at spewing nonsense, old man." Yang Kai took a step forward and looked her in the eyes. "I speak only the truth." Chu Huasheng suddenly became flustered and frowned. "You're the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, while I'm a saintess of White Lotus sect. We're basically blood enemies. Just tell me straight if there's anything you want to say, and stop teasing a little girl like me." "Do you think I'm teasing you?" Yang Kai took another step forward. Chu Huasheng instinctively took a step backwards while her personal bodyguards felt threatened. After all, one of the strongest masters in this world was standing right in front of them. Given the short distance between them, they wouldn't have time to react if the other party abruptly made a move. "Are you not?" "Of course not. Everything I've said is from the bottom of my heart." Chu Huasheng stared fixedly at him for a moment before turning to Xiaohe and asking, "Big sister, has he always been so crazy?" Upon hearing that, Xiaohe shook her head. "This has never happened before. I always thought that he wasn't interested in women. Well, since he's finally in love with one, you should just get together with him. What's there to hesitate about? Although there's a huge gap between your age, and he's old enough to be your father. Age has nothing to do with love. I'm telling you, even though he's old, he's still a virgin." A speechless Chu Huasheng gazed at Xiaohe. Since she was aware of Yang Kai's identity, she certainly knew who Xiaohe was as well. This woman was from Emerald Smoke sect, but she wasn't interested in the position of vice temple master. Instead, she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. She was the nightmare of many powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect, and she had killed many of them as well. Almost everyone in the world believed that she was Yang Kai's woman. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. Although they were close to each other, they were apparently not lovers. Both the temple master of Grand Qi Temple and this woman were insane. Those from White Lotus sect have placed a lot of moles in Grand Qi Temple. As a saintess, you should know that I stepped down as temple master 2 months ago. I'm no longer a member of Grand Qi Temple, so you don't have to worry about anything." Chu Huasheng snorted. "Who knows if this is a plot of those from Grand Qi Temple?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "There's no point in explaining. Time will prove everything." After a moment of silence, Chu Huasheng suddenly winked at him. "Why don't you prove it to me now?" "How do you want me to do that?" Yang Kai asked. "It's simple." As soon as Chu Huasheng finished speaking, she pulled out a sword from her personal bodyguard's waist and directly dashed towards Yang Kai before pressing her weapon against the man's chest. The sharp tip penetrated his skin as blood started streaming out of his wound. Chu Huasheng was astounded. She was surprised at the fact that the man didn't try to resist or dodge the attack. The temple master of every generation was one of the top cultivators in the world in their time. Although her movements were quick just now, Yang Kai should have been agile enough to react. The reason she could harm him 2 months ago was that she caught him unsuspecting. However, she succeeded in hurting him this time because he didn't intend to dodge the attack, which was different. They were so close to each other that she could feel the man's breath brushing across her face. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang only saw a clear gaze that was void of any deception. Despite the fact that a sword had been jabbed into his body, he remained calm and collected. The smile on his face was so bright that it was almost piercing. An infuriated Chu Huashang pushed the sword forward a bit further. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4840, Love Story of 9 Lives. As Yang Kai's personal bodyguard, Xiao He was responsible for ensuring his safety. Over the years, she had done a great job, as she could always discover and easily resolve the assassination attempts targeted at Yang Kai by those from White Lotus sect. It was close to impossible for anyone to press his sword against Yang Kai's chest. As soon as Xiao He detected a hint of murderous intent, she would decisively make a move and kill the enemy. However, at this moment, Xiao He didn't seem to have the intention of stopping the saintess of White Lotus sect, even though the sword had been stabbed into his chest. Instead, she just looked at them with interest. The cultivators behind Chu Huashang were all tensed up and soaked in a cold sweat. They felt that the saintess was playing with fire, for any slight negligence would cause her to lose her life. The assassination attempt tonight was already a failure. The moment their whereabouts were exposed, they were already at a huge disadvantage. They were fully aware that they were unable to go up against the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple and his personal bodyguard. If the two of them had any murderous intent, none of them would survive. The fact that the saintess had penetrated Yang Kai's flesh with her sword was no different from a mad provocation. Nevertheless, while they were apprehensive, they also hoped that she would succeed. If the saintess could really kill the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple here, that would be a huge contribution to the sect, and they would be rewarded handsomely as well. Her sword was just finger widths away from his heart. If she could penetrate it, Yang Kai would instantly lose his life, regardless how strong he was. Although Chu Huashang could easily determine the life or death of the man in front of her, she found it hard to really do it. She had the intention to kill him, and she was aware that her reputation would be greatly enhanced by killing Yang Kai here, which would help her stand a better chance of becoming the next sect master of White Lotus sect. However, there seemed to be a voice in her heart that kept screaming at her that she would regret it for all her life if she really made a move. A myriad of expressions came over her. Then she said through clenched teeth, "You're insane." As soon as she retracted her sword, blood started streaming out of the man's wound. She wouldn't dare to look him in the eye, as her gaze anxiously moved away. After tossing the sword at one of the personal bodyguards, she ordered, "Let's go." The moment she turned around, Yang Kai clenched her arm. "What are you doing? Let go of my arm," Chu Huashang demanded. "Kill them all," Yang Kai ordered, then carried Chu Huashang up with both hands. She intended to resist, but he exerted some kind of force through his hands and rendered her powerless to do so. Like a tornado, Xiao He charged towards the personal bodyguards as sword lights flashed through her weapon. By the time she stopped in her tracks, the personal bodyguards had already all collapsed to the ground. Carried in the man's arms like a child, Chu Huashang felt utterly ashamed. She kept thumping her fists against his chest, but her action was rather coquettish since she had lost her strength. To the side, Xiao He just watched them with interest. Yang Kai flashed a smile at the woman in his arms. "You stabbed your sword into my body twice. You probably can't make up for it for your entire life, so you'll have to continue doing it in your next life." Chu Huashang snapped, "I'm not going to make up for anything. I should have killed you just now. Why don't I give you one more chance?" Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang snorted, thinking that he was just probing her. She even suspected that if she had really tried to kill him just now, the man would have counterattacked. When that happened, she would have fallen into a worse state than being captured. Since she was unable to defeat him or flee, she decided to make a concession and let him carry her. She took the initiative to wrap her hands around the man's neck to stabilize herself. Wind could be heard howling while the view around her flew backwards rapidly. "Where are you taking me?" Chu Huashang asked. "You'll find out when we arrive," Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. 3 days later, Yang Kai found a lake in a certain valley. There were no traces that suggested that anyone had visited this place before, and the view was excellent. This place was suitable for a reclusive life. After putting the woman down, Yang Kai said to Xiaohe, "Keep an eye on her and make sure that she doesn't flee." Xiaohe nodded. "Don't worry, she won't be able to run away." She then took a look at Chu Huashang's legs. "Why don't I break her legs?" Chu Huashang couldn't help but shudder as she looked at Xiaohe as if she was a demon, and firmly declared, "Don't do that. I'm not going to run away." Xiaohe nodded. "You'd better be obedient, then." After that, Yang Kai left the place to fell some trees. It took him several days to build 3 log houses by the lake for the 3 of them. The difficulty in the 9th life was very high. It wasn't until Yang Kai had lived in this world for decades that his memory was restored, so it would be even harder to bring back Chu Huashang's memory and shatter her heart barrier. However, since he had found her, there was a target he could aim to achieve. He was ready to make Chu Huashang slowly open up to him. He believed that she would fall in love with him one day. Moreover, it was a good sign that she had decided to give up on the idea of killing him in the end some time ago. This meant that even though her memory had been sealed, she still had some instincts that pulled her back from killing him. No one would come to this valley. Every day, Yang Kai would head out to hunt some food and collect firewood, while he would keep an eye on Chu Huashang. No one in the world would have thought that 3 top cultivators were living a reclusive life in such a remote place. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Chu Huashang was against this kind of life. Those from White Lotus sect had nurtured her for years. As soon as she stopped cultivating in seclusion, the White Lotus matriarch gave her the title of saintess. She was also one of the candidates who had the hope of becoming the next sect master. As a powerful young woman with a bright future, it was expected that she hated to live like a captive. Nevertheless, she was clever enough not to try fleeing. That was because she knew that it was impossible for her to flee from Xiaohe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-41, Freezing Blood-Burning Soul Pill. Xiaohe had always been a straightforward but crazy woman. Yang Kai had never seen this kind of melancholic expression on her face before, and it made him think of something. Just when he wanted to ask her, though, Chu Huashang suddenly grunted and started trembling. With his expression changed, Yang Kai turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "I am fine." Chu Huashang obstinately shook her head. However, Yang Kai already realized that something was off. Under the moonlight, her face appeared slightly pale while her internal qi was unstable. Xiaohe placed her hand on the other woman's forehead and exclaimed, "It's cold." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai took Chu Huashang's wrist and placed 2 fingers on her pulse before injecting some of his power to check on her. Just like Xiaohe had said, Chu Huashang's figure was as cold as an ice block. While being close to her, he could feel the coldness wafting from her body. Nevertheless, the coldness soon dissipated and was replaced by scorching heat. Chu Huashang gasped for breath. Her vision had turned blurry, and her face flushed. Upon examination, he realized that her qi was in chaos. The power she had obtained by cultivating was rampaging around her meridians like an out-of-control horse. Yang Kai and Xiaohe exchanged glances before saying at the same time, "Freezing blood-burning soul pill." There were countless kinds of pills in the world, but the wickedest of them all was the freezing blood-burning soul pill. This pill was invented by the 2nd sect master of White Lotus sect, and its recipe was a top secret. Only the current sect master of White Lotus sect knew how to refine it. The pill was also one of the best ways for the leader of White Lotus sect to control their subordinates. The person who had taken this pill would see their aura turning chaotic if they didn't consume the antidote at regular intervals, just like Chu Huashang was going through now. One would feel extremely cold or hot in a vicious cycle, and the situation would only exacerbate as time passed, eventually resulting in them exploding in a gruesome death. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect. There were already a lot of disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, not to mention the grassroots disciples. Although the White Lotus matriarch was powerful, she couldn't ensure that her subordinates would always be faithful to her. Therefore, many disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, especially the hall masters, were controlled by her using freezing, blood-burning soul pills. Only by gaining the White Lotus matriarch's trust would they be spared from this kind of treatment. Yang Kai initially thought that as a saintess, Chu Huashang had gained the White Lotus matriarch's complete trust, and she didn't have to take the freezing, blood-burning soul pill. It wasn't until the poison struck her that he realized he was wrong. Although Chu Huashang was one of the few saintesses of White Lotus sect, she was still controlled by the freezing, blood-burning soul pill. From what those from Grand Qi Temple had gathered, after a person took the freezing, blood-burning soul pill, they would have to consume an antidote every 3 months. Otherwise, life would become a living hell for them. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it had been 3 months since Chu Huashang was brought to this place. In other words, the last time they met, she must have just consumed the antidote. Since time was up now, the medicinal efficacies of the freezing, blood-burning soul pill started taking effect. Whose blood was used? Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. Needless to say, he knew that the White Lotus matriarch's blood had been used. The refinement of the freezing, blood-burning soul pill required human blood, and it also took the same person's blood to produce the antidote. Chu Huashang was the saintess of White Lotus sect. Hence, only the freezing, blood-burning soul pill made from the White Lotus matriarch's blood could ensure her loyalty. What should we do now? Xiao He asked, anxiously. She was fully aware of the freezing, blood-burning soul pill's effects, so she was afraid that Chu Huashang would lose her life just like that. If Chu Huashang died, she wouldn't be able to see the things she had always wanted to get a glimpse of. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huashang up. While using his own strength to protect her meridians, he walked out and said, "Let's go." In order to save Chu Huashang, they had to look for the White Lotus matriarch. He had underestimated the difficulty he had to face in his 9th life. Initially, he thought that after bringing her to this place, he just had to spend years with her, and she would eventually fall in love with him. However, since she had been struck by the freezing, blood-burning soul pill, he had to give up on this plan. The most important thing he had to do now was to save her life. Although the fight between Grand Qi Temple and White Lotus sect had been ongoing for many years, they still hadn't found the location of White Lotus sect's headquarters. It wasn't that those from Grand Qi Temple were terrible at gathering information. It was just that those from White Lotus sect didn't have a fixed headquarters. White Lotus sect had countless hideouts, so wherever the White Lotus matriarch was located would be the headquarters. However, she would always go to a different place after some time. Only the people closest to her knew the regular switching pattern. Usually, even the hall masters of White Lotus sect were unable to find her. Fortunately, Chu Huashang held a very important position, so she had the right to know the hiding place of the White Lotus matriarch. Sometimes she was conscious, but sometimes she would pass out. Yang Kai could only intermittently ask her about the White Lotus matriarch's whereabouts. It took Yang Kai and Xiao He a month before they arrived at a certain valley. There were some traces that suggested that there were people living here, and in the deepest part of the forest, there were a number of buildings. Apparently, This was another secret hideout of White Lotus sect. Certainly, the disciples of White Lotus sect who were in the periphery had noticed Yang Kai and Xiao He's arrival. Therefore, as soon as they stepped into this place, they were surrounded by countless White Lotus sect disciples from all directions. Innumerable streams of divine sense had locked onto them. Some of them darted their gazes between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, who was in his arms with doubtful expressions. Who would dare? The White Lotus matriarch roared, as the disciples of White Lotus sect were instantly frightened. As she swept a glance over everyone with her eagle-like eyes, those who met her gaze couldn't help but hang their heads low. Meanwhile, the saintesses behind her were quivering like quails in the winter. A moment later, she gazed at Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Good, I wasn't aware that you're such a sharp-tongued person. Are you saving her or not?" Yang Kai stared fixedly at her as his murderous intent spread out. It was as though he would go into a frenzy if the White Lotus matriarch dared to say no. "She's a disciple of White Lotus sect, and you have no right to interfere. I have the liberty to decide whether I want to save her or not," the White Lotus matriarch said through gritted teeth. Despite what she had said, she jerked her head to the side. The next moment, one of the saintesses leaped forward and soon stood in front of Yang Kai. It was apparent that this saintess was anxious. After all, she had to summon her courage in order to stand before a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai. She cautiously extended both hands to show that she didn't mean any harm. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-42, Left Protector. Yang Kai passed Chu Huashang to the saintess, who quickly brought her back to the White Lotus matriarch and put her down in front of the latter. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at Chu Huashang and extended her left hand. As she activated her power, she sucked Chu Huashang towards her and struck the woman's acupoints with her right hand. After a cough, Chu Huashang slowly awakened. She still appeared to be in pain. As the force in her body charged around, she felt cold or hot from time to time, as though she would lose her life by exploding at any moment. Faced with the White Lotus matriarch's impassive gaze, she fell on one knee and said through chattering teeth, "I've brought you a gift, matriarch." The White Lotus matriarch nodded gently. "You've done well. You never disappoint me." Chu Huashang hung her head low. "It is what I should do." "Step aside for now." The White Lotus matriarch waved her hand. Upon hearing that, Chu Huashang got to her feet and stood behind the White Lotus matriarch. Then she fished out a spirit pill from somewhere and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as she swallowed the pill, she was in a much better state. Upon seeing that, a dumbfounded Xiao He exclaimed, "Hey, she lied to us. We've been tricked." It was apparent that Chu Huashang had the antidote to the freezing, blood-burning soul pill with her all along, but despite the fact that she might explode at any moment, she insisted on not using it. Instead, she slowly lured Yang Kai to this place. This was undoubtedly a risky bet. If she failed, she would lose everything. Nevertheless, the outcome showed that she had won her gamble. She successfully lured Yang Kai to this place where he was surrounded by countless powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect. The White Lotus matriarch was also present. Basically, she was making use of Yang Kai's love for her. Perhaps she wanted to prove something, but the outcome was somewhat unbearable to the average person. She secretly examined Yang Kai's expression, but there was no hint of fury on his face. He still remained calm and collected. On the other hand, Luo Tinghe, who was beside Yang Kai, was infuriated. "That woman is so ungrateful. You've been treating her so well, but she still decided to harm you. Don't you feel upset about it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm fine." The White Lotus matriarch guffawed. Who could have expected that the temple master of Grand Chi Temple would fall into a trap because of love? I've just watched a good show. Fortunately, my disciples are all very loyal to me. You've made a wrong move by trying to make her side with you. All of a sudden, her voice turned grim. Yang Kai, you've killed countless White Lotus sect disciples over the years. Now that you've fallen into such a state, do you have any last words to say? Yang Kai shook his head. Are you confident you can kill me? The White Lotus matriarch sneered. I'm fully aware of how powerful you are. However, the disciples of White Lotus sect are not weaklings either. I have the confidence to kill you. Yang Kai looked around. Well, let's see the price you're prepared to pay for that. He then turned to Xiao He. Do we kill half of them? An excited Xiao He unsheathed her sword. That's not enough. We have to kill 60% of them, at the very least. Why don't we aim for 70% of them? Sounds good. Yang Kai gazed at the White Lotus matriarch and said with a smile, Are you prepared to sacrifice 70% of the people here? I suppose they're all the strongest masters and brightest rising stars in White Lotus sect. If so many die, White Lotus sect will be all but crippled. By then, it'll take you many years to recover. Instantly, the White Lotus matriarch's face turned livid. Although Yang Kai and Xiao He were arrogant, she didn't think they were exaggerating. 4 top cultivators like Yang Kai and Luo Ting. It was very likely that they would be able to kill 60 to 70% of the people here if they were willing to throw their lives away. Perhaps even the matriarch herself would be badly injured. When that happened, Grand Chi Temple would be at a huge, possibly even decisive advantage. However, the chance before her eyes was difficult to come by, so it would be unrealistic for her to give it up. At that instant, she was caught in a dilemma. Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for her, though, so he pressed Luo Ting his sword down and said loudly, I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if you're interested in listening to it. The White Lotus matriarch scoffed. Stop beating around the bush. Yang Kai stuck out 2 fingers. Please give me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills. Upon hearing that, everyone was stunned. Chu Huashang, who was standing behind the White Lotus matriarch, widened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. The White Lotus matriarch was equally shocked as she spurted out, What do you want 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills for? Yang Kai replied with a smile, Rather than risking the lives of so many people just to kill us, don't you want 2 more powerful cultivators to work under you? The White Lotus matriarch was dumbfounded. Although she already had a speculation before, she still found it hard to believe even after he spoke the words. After all, the person standing in front of her was Yang Kai, the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple. She even suspected that there was something wrong with the information she had gathered. Was Yang Kai stepping down as the temple master of Grand Chi Temple just a pretense? Presently, was this place already surrounded by many cultivators from Grand Chi Temple? And as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, they would storm inside. The idea soon became rooted in the White Lotus matriarch's mind and started growing. She was instantly alerted as she looked around, thinking that many people had hidden behind the bushes. It was as though they would jump out at any moment to kill her. What are you playing at? The White Lotus matriarch questioned sternly. Yang Kai shook his head. There's no point in explaining anything. You just have to pass me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills and wait. The White Lotus matriarch stared at Yang Kai as though it was the first time they had met. There was a conflicted expression on her face. After all, she was no ordinary woman. Yang Kai's suggestion was tempting to her. Rather than risking the lives of many in order to kill Yang Kai and Luo Ting, the power of White Lotus sect would be enhanced greatly if they could take control of these 2 people. It must have been quite a long time since those from White Lotus sect occupied this hideout. Following the sect master's order, a banquet full of wine and dishes was presented. The disciples, regardless of their statuses, gathered together. The atmosphere was initially awkward, but the place was soon bustling with noises after they drank and celebrated. Yang Kai just sat beside Chu Huashang while there would be people who came over to propose a toast to him from time to time. Although Yang Kai had killed a lot of White Lotus sect disciples when he was the temple master of Grand Chi Temple, things were different now. Presently, he was one of them, so they naturally had to strike up a relationship with him. Perhaps he would save their lives on the battlefield one day. Yang Kai could actually handle his wine quite well, though he would usually steer clear of it. He wouldn't turn anyone down when they proposed a toast to him, which was why the disciples of White Lotus sect started growing fond of him. It was the first time they discovered that this man that they regarded as a terrifying monster in the past was actually so amiable. Xiao, he was the most ecstatic of all. When no one proposed a toast to her, she would go around with a jar of wine and do so instead. Her straightforward attitude stunned the disciples of White Lotus sect. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-43. Even the next life won't be enough. There was already a left and right protector in White Lotus sect, and they were both fairly strong. However, following the White Lotus matriarch's order, Yang Kai became the new left protector, and his predecessor didn't even dare to object. First of all, he revered the White Lotus matriarch. Secondly, he was fully aware that he was indeed no match for Yang Kai. He would only be embarrassed if he fought for the position. At the banquet, this previous left protector proposed a toast to Yang Kai many times. After the welcoming party, Yang Kai and Xiao he perfectly mingled with those from White Lotus sect. Since then, no one regarded them as outsiders anymore. It was peaceful in the days that followed. There was no doubt that the White Lotus matriarch regarded Yang Kai highly, as she would frequently visit him to discuss the current situation in the world and analyze the difference in power between White Lotus sect and Grand Chi Temple. It seemed that she had started treating him like a confidant. However, she had never demanded Yang Kai to do anything. Instead, she essentially treated him as an equal. A few months passed just like that. One day, the White Lotus matriarch was having a discussion with Chu Huashang about the assassination attempt on the current temple master of Grand Chi Temple when she abruptly stopped and turned her head. Yang Kai and Xiao He were standing beside Chu Huashang like two personal bodyguards. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but start trembling at this moment as a sense of coldness rose within their bodies. Xiao He shuddered and asked in puzzlement, "Why do I feel cold all of a sudden?" The White Lotus matriarch said with a smile, "The effects of the freezing, blood-burning soul pills have started taking effect. It's cold now, but you'll feel hot in a moment. It will alternate between the two, and the feeling will intensify after every round until you can't stand it anymore and explode." She spoke in such a nonchalant manner that it was as though she was talking about something insignificant. "HM? 3 months have passed already?" Xiao He was surprised. She had fun playing with the other disciples of White Lotus sect every day, so she had lost track of time. She extended her hand towards the White Lotus matriarch. "Give me the antidote." Then, the White Lotus matriarch shook her head. "There's no rush. It's the first time you've been struck by the pill's effects, so you should take some time to feel it. After all, you might not always immediately get the antidote every time the effects appear. You might have to persevere for quite some time. After getting used to it now, you won't feel so terrible in the future." "You have a point." Upon hearing her suggestion, Xiao He closed her eyes and focused on the sensation she was experiencing. Yang Kai was in the same state as Xiao He. The sense of coldness in his body broke out without warning. seemingly using his own strength to disturb the flow within his meridians in an uncontrollable manner. The next instant, the coldness turned into a scorching stream of heat that burned every part of his physique like magma. An excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Despite his impassive expression, he was already soaked in sweat. He then turned to look at Xiaohe in surprise. Xiaohe had a unique physique that allowed her to be immune to all sorts of poisons. Yang Kai didn't know why she had this kind of physique, but it had always been like this since they got to know each other. When they were in a secret hideout of White Lotus sect half a year ago, it was thanks to her physique that she was still fine after eating so much poisoned food. It could be said that ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effects on her. Nevertheless, even with such a physique, she was still unable to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pill. Therefore, it was apparent that the freezing blood-burning soul pill wasn't purely a poison. The White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang were still talking about the details of the assassination as they deduced what would possibly happen and how they should proceed, so that the assassination attempt would be successful. Chu Huashang attentively listened to her as she ignored the pain that the two people behind her were going through. About 4 hours later, the White Lotus matriarch nodded. That's all. If you fail again this time, you don't have to return. Chu Huashang replied, Don't worry, sect master. I will definitely succeed. The White Lotus matriarch nodded her head again, then suddenly ordered, Kill them. There were only 4 people in the room, other than the White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang. Only Yang Kai and Xiaohe, who were struck with medicinal efficacies of the pill, were left. They had been tortured by rounds of alternating coldness and heat for the past 4 hours. The powers within their bodies were in chaos, and all their energy was used to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Even an ordinary mortal would be able to easily kill the 2 of them, not to mention powerful cultivators like Chu Huashang and the White Lotus matriarch. Upon receiving the order, Chu Huashang didn't hesitate to reply in agreement and appeared in front of Yang Kai. As she extended her hand, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Then she directly stabbed it towards Yang Kai's heart. The dagger penetrated his chest barely a finger's length before Chu Huashang's wrist was grabbed. She was unable to continue pushing the dagger in further. A puzzled Chu Huashang turned to look at the White Lotus matriarch, who said with a smile, It's enough. Take them with you when you carry out your mission. Chu Huashang cupped her fist. Yes. The next moment, the White Lotus matriarch left behind 2 antidotes on the table and shuffled out of the place. Chu Huashang picked up the antidotes and stuffed them into Yang Kai and Xiaohe's mouths, allowing them to quickly feel much better. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Kai gazed at Chu Huashang and said with a light smile, You've stabbed me another time. I suppose even the next life won't be enough to pay off this debt. Chu Huashang replied dispassionately, In that case, I'm not going to pay up at all. It's not like I planned to from the beginning. She then turned around and reached for the door. When brushing past Yang Kai, she halted and said in a small voice, Sect Master is a suspicious person. It was just a test, so you don't have to mind it. Certainly, Yang Kai knew it was just a test. First of all, the White Lotus matriarch wanted to find out if Chu Huashang was loyal enough to her. If she had appeared hesitant upon hearing the order, she would have been removed from the position of saintess. The White Lotus matriarch only wanted subordinates who would unconditionally obey her orders, not those who had their own opinions. Secondly, she wanted to ascertain whether Yang Kai and Luo Ting he had really been struck with the poison of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Although the freezing blood-burning soul pills were powerful, both Yang Kai and Luo Ting, he were some of the most formidable cultivators in the world. Hence, the White Lotus matriarch wasn't certain if she could control them using the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If they only pretended to be struck with the medicinal efficacies, she wouldn't be able to find out the truth. When Chu Huashang made a move, Yang Kai was completely powerless to resist, which suggested that he was really affected. Just a simple order could allow the White Lotus matriarch to cast away a number of her doubts. It could be said that she was a very cunning person. After Yang Kai stepped down as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, the sixth temple master was Yu Xingzhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace. He was already one of the 6 vice temple masters when Yang Kai was still the temple master, and he was slightly more powerful than the other vice temple masters. Moreover, he had built up enough reputation, so it was reasonable that he became the next temple master. Usually, it would be extremely difficult to assassinate the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. When Yang Kai was still the temple master, he had encountered countless assassination attempts, but those from White Lotus sect would always fail in the end. Nevertheless, there was a great chance to succeed today. It was the 80th birthday of the palace master of Shooting Star Palace. As his legacy disciple, Yu Xingzhou was expected to return to celebrate the occasion. It was also the biggest news in the world recently as countless cultivators headed to Shooting Star Palace. Those from White Lotus sect who had been dormant for half a year became active again. After the White Lotus matriarch was badly injured in East Star City back then, she went into hiding to recuperate. It wasn't until recently that she fully recovered. When those from White Lotus sect finally made a move, it sent a shockwave across the world. Temple Master Yu Xingzhou was assassinated on the way back to Shooting Star Palace. All 16 masters from Grand Qi Temple who had accompanied him were also killed. Many cultivators who were heading to Shooting Star Palace also lost their lives. It was apparent that those from White Lotus sect were trying to create a disturbance. The 80th birthday of the palace master of Shooting Star Palace was supposed to be a joyous event, but it turned into a calamity instead. Upon learning the news, the aged palace master fell ill. Additionally, when it was revealed that Yu Xingzhou was killed by Yang Kai's supreme, limitless spear art, all the people on the righteous side were shocked. It had to be noted that the supreme, limitless spear art was unique to Yang Kai, and no one else had mastered it. Some experienced cultivators who didn't believe the news headed to the scene and looked into the matter, but they all expressed with grief that Yu Xingzhou was indeed killed by Yang Kai's spear technique. In other words, the 6th temple master of Grand Qi Temple was killed by the 5th temple master. In fact, there was already a rumor spreading around that after Yang Kai stepped down as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, he brought his trusted aide Luo Ting, he to betray the righteous path and side with White Lotus sect. Now, he was the left protector of White Lotus sect. However, no one believed the news, as everyone knew the efforts Yang Kai had made against the White Lotus sect when he was still the temple master. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-44, Killing the Saintess. On that front, progress wasn't so satisfactory. It wasn't easy to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier in this life. Yang Kai became aware of that after spending months with her. Although she was still a woman who appeared obedient to the White Lotus matriarch, she was clearly a very ambitious person. This kind of ambition was as scorching as the sun, something Yang Kai had never seen before. Previously, she was captured by Yang Kai and went on to spend months living in the secluded valley. The way she reacted might be a pretense or a revelation of her true feelings. However, after she was freed, her latent ambitions were reignited. With Yang Kai and Luo Ting, he joining White Lotus sect, the latter's strength had greatly increased. Both of them were already 2 of the most powerful cultivators in the world. So with the 2 of them joining forces, rarely was there anyone in the world who could go up against them. When news spread that more and more leaders of Grand Qi Temple were killed, the world became anxious. If the 7 major sects could work together at this point, they might stand a chance to weather the storm. However, because of Yang Kai, the entire Divine Method Hall was marginalized. Even Emerald Smoke Sect, which was the sect that Luo Ting he hailed from, received this treatment. Moreover, following the assassination of Temple Master Yu Xingzhou, Grand Qi Temple became leaderless. The entire Grand Qi Temple had descended into chaos. At this point, the White Lotus matriarch resolutely made a decision and led the disciples of White Lotus sect to storm the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. The battle went on for half a month. Countless people were killed on both sides. In the end, those from Grand Qi Temple lost the battle, and their headquarters exchanged owners. The cultivators from the 7 major sects who survived retreated to their own sects to recuperate. The power that those from White Lotus sect had showcased in this war sent a shockwave across the world. In the past, they would only launch sneak attacks, as they were as furtive as rats. Although everyone knew that White Lotus sect had taken on a lot of disciples, no one knew the exact figure. This time, they finally experienced it. When storming into the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the countless disciples of White Lotus sect were like a rising tide. After the war, White Lotus sect became a name that most people would fear. The White Lotus matriarch had done something that her predecessors had never managed to achieve. She had successfully occupied the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. Over the past 100 years, those from White Lotus sect had made 3 attempts on Grand Qi Temple, but all 3 attempts failed. There was even a time when the sect master of White Lotus sect was killed in battle. After successfully seizing the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the White Lotus matriarch saw her reputation rising to unprecedented heights. Following the incident, those from White Lotus sect also had their own headquarters, which originally belonged to those from Grand Qi Temple. They were now visible to the public, which was unlike in the past, when they had to hide in the dark. In this battle, Yang Kai had put in a lot of effort, as he had killed more than 20 masters from Grand Qi Temple, which contributed greatly to the success of White Lotus sect occupying the headquarters. It wasn't until this moment that the White Lotus matriarch had complete trust in him. Because of him, Chu Huashang's status in White Lotus sect was fortified. Initially, there were other saintesses who were equal matches for her, but she was now the most outstanding of them all. The White Lotus matriarch regarded her especially highly. Although it was never made official, all the disciples of White Lotus sect believed that Chu Huashang would be the next sect master. White Lotus sect practically had no other rivals now. On the continent, those smaller sects that originally relied on Grand Qi Temple to survive had all pledged loyalty to White Lotus sect now. Like a snowball, the power of White Lotus sect increasingly strengthened. Yang Kai returned to this familiar headquarters barely a few months after he had left. He still lived in the place he had previously resided, and every day he would follow Chu Huashang around to protect her. All the disciples of White Lotus sect knew that whatever demands Chu Huashang came up with, Yang Kai would immediately execute, regardless of whether they were reasonable or not. It could be said that Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in helping Chu Huashang attain her current status. If not for him, the several assassination attempts wouldn't have been carried out so smoothly and caused immense pressure to the leaders of Grand Qi Temple. Those from White Lotus sect wouldn't have been able to defeat Grand Qi Temple with ease either. Chu Huashang became increasingly ambitious following her rise in status and the White Lotus matriarch's appreciation of her. She was practically the second most influential person in White Lotus sect now. Presently, Yang Kai and Xiao He were following Chu Huashang as they walked along a corridor. From the opposite direction, a charming woman who was leading her 2 personal bodyguards approached them. As their eyes met, The charming woman flashed a smile at Chu Huashang and nodded. Little sister Chu. Chu Huashang responded with a smile. Big sister Tian. This charming woman was one of the other saintesses of White Lotus sect. Before the rise of Chu Huashang, she was the most outstanding saintess, as she was slightly more beautiful and powerful than the others. She was also most valued by the White Lotus matriarch at that time. Where are you going, little sister Chu? Tian Jie asked with concern. Chu Huashang replied, I just visited the sect master and was going to get some rest now. Are you going to visit the sect master as well? Big sister? Tian Jie put on a faint smile. No, I'm just walking around since I have nothing to do. In the past, I thought that Grand Qi Temple's headquarters was profound and mysterious. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place. We'll feel that something is mysterious before we obtain it. After we get it, we'll realize that there's nothing special about it. Chu Huashang smiled gently. Tian Jie shot her a meaningful glance and chuckled. You have a point, little sister Chu. However, we'll long for something before we get it. As for whether it's really so mysterious, we'll only find out after obtaining it. Don't you agree, little sister? You're quite right. Chu Huashang nodded, then sported a cold expression. I heard you're interested in my personal bodyguard, big sister. A shocked Tian Jie refuted. Where did you hear such a rumor, little sister? Everyone in the sect knows that he's your personal bodyguard. Why would I even have my eyes on him? Chu Huashang said with a smile. Oh, really? Why did someone not sleep in the middle of the night yesterday and sneak into his room while naked then? A sense of fury overwhelmed Tian Jie as she glowered at Yang Kai, who was behind Chu Huashang. She had never expected that he would tell Chu Huashang about this kind of matter. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained unfazed. Just then, Chu Huashang charged forward as she extended her fair hand and circulated her strength in an attempt to seize Tian Jie's neck. Tian Jie had never expected that Chu Huashang, who was also a saintess of White Lotus sect, had the guts to make a move on her. The assault on a fellow disciple was a taboo in White Lotus sect, which was why she hadn't managed to react. Fortunately, the personal bodyguards behind her never put down their guard. The moment Chu Huashang made a move, they unsheathed their swords and hacked at her. If Chu Huashang didn't retract her hand, her arm would be cut off. Personal bodyguards were the most loyal servants to their saintess, and they wouldn't care about killing others to keep their charge safe. However, instead of withdrawing her hand, Chu Huashang only hastened her speed. Their swords didn't manage to come into contact with Chu Huashang as Yang Kai and Xiao. He gently pushed their palms forward and sent the two personal bodyguards flying away. At the same time, Chu Huashang clenched Tian Jie's fair neck and exerted more force with her hand. At that instant, Tian Jie froze and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. Are you out of your mind? The color drained from Tian Jie's face. Chu Huashang stared coldly at her. How did you even have the nerve to try to seduce my personal bodyguard? The intensifying force on her neck and the murderous intent in Chu Huashang's eyes made Tian Jie feel anxious. Upon realizing that the other woman really wanted to kill her, she regretted the decision she had made last night. In fact, all the saintesses believed that it was thanks to Yang Kai that Chu Huashang had attained her current achievements. As long as they could lure the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple to their side, Chu Huashang would no longer be a threat. Yang Kai was a man, while the saintesses were women. The only way they could think of to make him side with them was to seduce him. Tian Jie had never expected that not only would Yang Kai not accept her, he had also immediately told Chu Huashang about the scandal, which rendered her powerless to defend herself. Please forgive me, little sister. I'll never dare to do it again. I'll obey you from now on. Tian Jie begged for mercy with a pitiful expression. If you kill me here, you'll be punished. Chu Huashang remained unperturbed. Yang Kai frowned and recommended, "Forgive her for once. I believe she won't do it again." Kaka. The light in Tian Jie's eyes went out as her entire figure went limp. Chu Huashang turned around and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you ask for forgiveness on her behalf?" Yang Kai parted his lips, then let out a sigh. Everything in this samsara world was built on Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so all the places and people here were nothing but illusions. As the saintess of White Lotus sect, she was obliged to go against those from Grand Qi Temple. Both parties tried to destroy each other because they had different stances. Therefore, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything regardless of how many people from Grand Qi Temple that she had killed. With that said, he wouldn't want to see Chu Huashang act so ruthless and without qualms about killing her own people. It never crossed his mind that his persuasion yielded the opposite of the desired outcome instead. Tian Jie lost her life because of that. Certainly, the real Chu Huashang wasn't like this. Her memory had been completely sealed in the ninth life, and she was a totally different person now. Although she was in the wrong, "You shouldn't have killed her," Yang Kai replied with a frown. Like a child who was defending her favorite toy, she spat through clenched teeth. "I'll kill anyone who has their eyes on you." A joyful Shao he watched on from the side as she poked Yang Kai with her elbow and said in a small voice, "She has fallen in love with you." Yang Kai wasn't certain if he should be happy or sad. Although the conflict didn't last long, the White Lotus matriarch soon got wind of it and rushed over to the scene a moment later. Upon seeing Tian Jie's corpse, she sported a gloomy expression. Of all the saintesses besides Chu Huashang, she regarded Tian Jie as the most important. However, Tian Jie was killed by another saintess that she treasured. This had never happened before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-45, A Single Spark. Chu Huashang was confined following her actions. It was a taboo to assault a fellow disciple within White Lotus sect, not to mention that a saintess was killed for no reason in public. Everyone knew that if the murderer wasn't Chu Huashang, she would have lost her life then and there. The White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow anyone to challenge her authority, and the saintesses were valuable assets of White Lotus sect. Only the sect master had the right to determine their life or death. There was no doubt that Chu Huashang had crossed the line. Certainly, the other saintesses were gleeful that such an incident had happened. Everyone believed that regardless of how much Chu Huashang was treasured in the past, the sect master would no longer regard her as important following the incident. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was confined in an underground prison. The prison was where those from Grand Qi Temple imprisoned their enemies in the past. It was cold and damp, so it wasn't suitable for humans to live long term. The White Lotus matriarch had also ordered that no one was allowed to visit her, and only a small amount of water and food would be provided to her every day. In that case, regardless of how powerful Chu Huashang was, her health would deteriorate as time went by. The prison was guarded by some powerful cultivators, so there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Certainly, he could barge into the prison, and he believed that no one could stop him. However, by doing so, he would only bring bigger trouble to Chu Huashang. He had to wait for a chance, and one came sooner than expected. After those from Grand Qi Temple were destroyed, those from White Lotus sect took over their headquarters. Following the war, countless people from the 7 major sects were either killed or injured. Those who were still alive had returned to their own sects to recuperate. As expected, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't miss this opportunity to destroy the rest of the survivors, as it was her biggest dream to rule over the righteous path and the wicked path. Now, The chance was right in front of her eyes. As long as she could devastate the 7 major sects, she would pull off a feat that the other sect masters of White Lotus sect had never been able to achieve before. Since many of the powerful cultivators from the major sects were either killed or wounded, it was the best time for White Lotus sect to launch a decisive attack and destroy them once and for all. However, those from White Lotus sect were used to acting in the shadows, so it wasn't their forte to deal with those sects directly. The reason they could occupy the headquarters of Grand Chi Temple previously was that they had some distinct advantages. Moreover, they had also suffered a lot of losses after the war. Now, the White Lotus matriarch had fallen into an embarrassing situation as she didn't have anyone who could help her to deal with the 7 major sects. It wasn't that her subordinates were weak. She had many underlings who were good at one-on-one fights or assassinations. However, they were not skillful enough when it came to leading an army and marshaling soldiers. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and if they missed it, they might not get another one. It was at that moment that Yang Kai and Xiao He suddenly barged into the main conference hall. The White Lotus matriarch sported a displeased expression and looked at him. "What's wrong, Left Protector?" Because of Chu Huashang, the White Lotus matriarch had been giving Yang Kai the cold shoulder recently. Rumor had it that the reason Chu Huashang was so reckless was that she had Yang Kai on her side. That was why she was so haughty. Regardless of whether the rumors were true, the White Lotus matriarch had to show everyone that she was acting impartial in this matter. Yang Kai cut to the chase by saying, "Give me 500 people, and I'll destroy Lion Hall within 1 month." The other hall masters broke into a commotion upon hearing that. They were having a discussion on launching an attack on Lion Hall just now. Of the 7 major sects, Lion Hall was currently the weakest. That was the reason they had to target them first. This war was very important. So those from White Lotus sect had to ensure they wouldn't fail in their attempt. If they won the battle, their morale would be boosted. If they lost the battle, the advantages they had accumulated would be gone for good. The discussion hadn't gone smoothly. According to their estimation, in order to destroy Lion Hall, they had to send 1,500 people to gain the upper hand, and they must be prepared to suffer an immense loss. Certainly, they felt that Yang Kai had overestimated himself, even though he was the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple. The White Lotus matriarch gazed at him with narrowed eyes. "What if you can't destroy them?" Yang Kai replied flatly, "You have complete control over my life or death. If I can't achieve my goal, I'm willing to die as a punishment." The White Lotus matriarch's lips curled up. "So, you are aware that I also have control over your life or death. Since your life belongs to me, it's not up to you to make decisions about it. Otherwise, you won't be risking anything." Yang Kai frowned. "What condition do you have, then?" The White Lotus matriarch was apparently well prepared. In fact, she had already come up with such a plan after Chu Huashang was imprisoned following Tian Jie's death. So she said, "If you fail, Chu Huashang will lose her life." Yang Kai was willing to take the freezing, blood-burning soul pill and join White Lotus sect for Chu Huashang. The White Lotus matriarch believed that by threatening to kill Chu Huashang, Yang Kai would do his best to achieve his goal. That was the reason she had only confined Chu Huashang instead of punishing her according to the sect's rules. She needed a competent general who could lead the army for her, and Yang Kai was the most qualified. However, she didn't want to take the initiative and asked him to do it lest she appear desperate. Now, everything was within her control. Good. Yang Kai directly agreed to it. "However, I'd also like you to agree to a condition I have." The White Lotus matriarch was fully aware of his intentions. Upon hearing that, she said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you can really destroy Lion Hall in 1 month, I'll forgive Chu Huashang for what she has done." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a deal, then. I'll give you 800 people, and I want to see success within a month," the White Lotus matriarch ordered. The next day, 300 people departed from the headquarters of White Lotus sect and headed straight towards Lion Hall. More and more people joined them along the way, and by the time they arrived at the gates of Lion Hall, there were exactly 800 of them. Yang Kai already had some experience in mobilizing soldiers during the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm. Forget 800 people. He had even commanded 800,000 people in battle before. Attacking Lion Hall might be a difficult task to others, but it was just a matter of time in his eyes. Those from Lion Hall were alerted long before the soldiers of White Lotus sect arrived. Not only was the entrance closed, but they had also set up some traps and a grand array to deal with the enemies. These 800 disciples from White Lotus sect didn't immediately launch an attack, though. Yang Kai and Xiao, he spent the next 10 days leading the powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect to launch continuous probing attacks both day and night. Sometimes several raids would take place at the same time. Lion Hall was like a dilapidated house during a storm, so they were unable to fend off the disciples of White Lotus sect, who relentlessly attacked them from all directions. 10 days later, those from White Lotus sect had lost more than 300 people, while half of the Lion Hall's leaders were killed. Countless other cultivators from Lion Hall were also killed or injured, and morale was low. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai gave the order to deal directly with the opponents. The remaining 500 White Lotus sect disciples were high-spirited as they stormed into Lion Hall. Following a bloody carnage, they occupied Lion Hall. When Yang Kai returned to the headquarters of White Lotus sect, about 1 month had passed since he offered to destroy Lion Hall. The White Lotus matriarch was elated as she held a celebratory feast for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Chu Huashang, who had been confined for 1 month, reappeared, and she was seated beside the White Lotus matriarch. They looked as close as a mother and daughter. Destroying Lion Hall served as a good start as those from White Lotus sect aimed to conquer the world. In the next 3 years, they launched even more attacks on the remaining 6 major sects. There were victories and losses on both sides, but generally speaking, White Lotus sect gained the upper hand. After Lion Hall was destroyed, Divine Method Hall, Swaying Willow sect, Shooting Star Palace, Hidden Sword Villa, and Emerald Smoke sect were also wiped out. White Lotus sect practically had no rivals in the world anymore. It had come to a point where those who showed the slightest disapproval of White Lotus sect would be killed without mercy. The smaller sects either had to go into hiding in the mountains or submit to White Lotus sect. Of the 7 major sects, only the struggling Grand Battle sect remained. A hero would always emerge in chaotic times. An extraordinary person from Grand Battle sect soon attracted everyone's attention. He was the legacy disciple of the current sect master of Grand Battle sect. His name was Lin Taido, which had something to do with the sect's name. He was brought back to the sect when he was a young child and was a righteous man who hated all things evil in the world. Besides that, he also had exceptional aptitude and intelligence. It had only been 20 years since he joined the sect, but he was already more powerful than all the previous sect masters of Grand Battle sect. He was only 25 years old now. Those from White Lotus sect were high-spirited as they charged towards Grand Battle sect. They initially thought that it would be an easy victory, but it turned out that they were faced with an unimaginable challenge. Under Lin Taido's leadership, the battle against White Lotus sect went on for about half a year. A lot of disciples from White Lotus sect were killed, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal. An infuriated White Lotus matriarch directly ordered Chu Huashang to occupy Grand Battle sect within 3 months. Failure to do so would lead to the loss of her life. The White Lotus matriarch was not joking. Grand Battle sect was the last obstacle for White Lotus sect before they could declare hegemony over the world. By destroying Grand Battle Sect, she would pull off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve. She would be able to be the ruler of the world. Certainly, she wouldn't allow such an obstacle to get in her way. All of them knew that the White Lotus matriarch valued Yang Kai's capabilities. However, when he joined White Lotus sect back then, he said that he would only obey Chu Huashang's orders. The White Lotus matriarch was unable to directly give orders to Yang Kai, so she could only make use of Chu Huashang. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai once again showcased his talent and capabilities in leading an army. It took them 2 months before they finally seized Grand Battle Sect. The White Lotus matriarch personally made a move to kill the sect master of Grand Battle Sect, which would mean that they had finally gained total victory. However, after the war, they realized that many of the important figures from Grand Battle Sect had already fled, including the young and famous Lin Taido. Although the White Lotus matriarch had given the order to find their whereabouts, she wasn't really bothered. After all, the 7 major sects had been destroyed. From now on, White Lotus sect was the only supreme entity that could lead the righteous and wicked paths on this continent. Nevertheless, a single spark could start a huge blaze. The White Lotus matriarch had never expected that Lin Taido would bring huge trouble to her one day. Over the next 6 months, everyone on the continent went through a period of terror under the rule of White Lotus sect. The disciples of White Lotus sect became increasingly ruthless, which caused everyone to be resentful of them. On the other hand, Lin Taido gathered the remaining members of the 7 major sects together and attracted other disgruntled people to join him before he started a 20-year war against White Lotus sect. When the 7 major sects were destroyed, not everyone was killed. Some of them were lucky enough to have survived. Since they had a blood feud with White Lotus sect, they naturally wanted to obtain their revenge. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-46, The Wind Rises. Other than the 7 major sects, countless people in the world were resentful of White Lotus sect. Under their reign of terror, innumerable people lost their friends and family. That was why more and more people gathered around Lin Taido. Since White Lotus sect now ruled over the world, they had no more rivals left. The sect's leaders all indulged in an extravagant life, and even the White Lotus matriarch had put down her guard. It wasn't until half a year later when Righteous Union, led by Lin Taido, rose into the light that the White Lotus matriarch was alerted. However, she still wasn't bothered by it. After all, Grand Qi Temple and the 7 major sects had been destroyed by White Lotus sect, so how was Righteous Union supposed to last long? Nevertheless, every time White Lotus sect clashed with Righteous Union, they would always suffer a loss. More and more disciples were killed, and even several hall masters lost their lives within half a year. It was only then that the White Lotus matriarch woke up to reality and became wary of the newly founded Righteous Union. She ordered some powerful subordinates to find out the whereabouts of those from Righteous Union and kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, Righteous Union was different from Grand Qi Temple or the 7 major sects. When White Lotus sect was going up against Grand Qi Temple and the 7 major sects in the past, they were in the dark while the latter was exposed under sunlight, but it was the other way around now. After destroying Grand Qi Temple, those from White Lotus sect had their own headquarters now, but they also exposed themselves to the public. On the other hand, those from Righteous Union remained hidden since their founding. Furthermore, Lin Taido was a powerful and charismatic union master. Every time those from Righteous Union launched an attack, they would bring huge trouble to White Lotus sect. It had also earned Lin Taido unrivaled reputation and influence. In just 5 years, Righteous Union became increasingly powerful instead of being destroyed by White Lotus sect. Although they were still unable to go up against White Lotus sect in a frontal clash, they were strong enough to not be simply wiped out. There were even times when they were able to pose serious threats to White Lotus sect. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow an opposing power to rise in her territory. She initially thought that she had pulled off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve after destroying Grand Battle Sect. Now, it seemed that she could not achieve her goal before she destroyed Righteous Union. Upon realizing the dangerous situation she was in, the White Lotus matriarch stopped being decadent and focused on fighting against Righteous Union. She had never expected that it would be so hard to deal with this new foe, though. By the 10th year, Righteous Union was already as powerful as Grand Chi Temple was back then. There were victories and losses on both sides as Righteous Union and White Lotus sect clashed with one another. This made the White Lotus matriarch infuriated, as she felt regretful of what she failed to do after destroying Grand Battle Sect. If she had paid more attention to Lin Tai-do and ordered her subordinates to hunt down and kill him at all cost, all of this wouldn't have happened. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Her negligence in the past had caused her to be in so much trouble now. Regardless of how furious she was, she had to deal with it. Over the next 10 years, the entire world was dragged into the battle between the righteous and wicked paths. All cultivators would either have to join White Lotus sect or Righteous Union. There wasn't a third option, nor could they steer clear of the fight. The battles between both sides could be seen everywhere on this continent. The White Lotus matriarch's days were numbered, as she was now old and frail. Her dark hair had turned gray, and her face was full of wrinkles. She could feel that she wouldn't live for much longer. When she was young, she suffered a lot of injuries when fighting against Grand Chi Temple, and these dark injuries had started affecting her health as she became older. Perhaps she would slumber off one night and not see the sun the next morning. However, she hadn't managed to obtain total dominance over the wicked and righteous paths. Her victory more than 10 years ago was nothing more than an illusion. She would never be able to rest in peace before destroying Lin Tai-do and Righteous Union. Therefore, she did whatever it took to crush her last remaining foe. In just 1 year, more than half of the cultivators from both White Lotus sect and Righteous Union were killed. Every battle was significantly more intense than the ones in the past decades. Eventually, the White Lotus matriarch's wish was granted. The White Lotus sect's army managed to trap those from Righteous Union inside Crimson Wind Canyon. Crimson Wind Canyon was a natural canyon where the wide path could accommodate dozens of horses while the narrow spots would only allow several people to pass by at once. The sides of the canyon were tall precipices. With both sides of Crimson Wind Canyon blocked, those from Righteous Union had practically fallen into a death trap. Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in successfully blocking them here. It was thanks to his skills in mobilizing soldiers that they managed to lure the enemy to this place after just 3 months of battle. During that period of time, they fought with those from Righteous Union multiple times and almost failed their mission on numerous occasions. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. The final battle was right before their eyes. The well-prepared White Lotus sect disciples stormed into Crimson Wind Canyon from both sides. As both parties clashed, there would be people losing their lives every breath. And within just 1 hour, a blood river had formed in Crimson Wind Canyon. After days of intense battle, those from White Lotus sect were still being pushed back despite their multiple attempts to charge forward. Both parties were exhausted as their eyes had turned bloodshot. The White Lotus matriarch stood on a boulder above Crimson Wind Canyon as she looked down at the fight in silence. All of a sudden, she beckoned in a particular direction. Chu Huashang took a few steps forward and stood beside her. The White Lotus matriarch asked, "Chuer, do you have any solution to destroy the enemy?" Chu Huashang was fully aware of what was going on, as she had been watching the fight all along, so she frankly replied, "We have to kill their leader. The others in righteous union pose no threat to us." Chu Huashang nodded, almost imperceptibly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai put on a smile. "Anything you say. If you want him dead now, I'll behead him right away. I'm sure he won't be able to go against my spear." Chu Huashang's face turned pale. She parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but she couldn't utter a word in the end. Seemingly thinking of something, Yang Kai fished out something from his pocket and passed it to her. "Keep this and don't let anyone discover it." A flustered Chu Huashang took it in a dazed manner. After taking a glance at where the White Lotus matriarch was located, Yang Kai said in a small voice, "You must never trust the White Lotus matriarch." In an instant, Chu Huashang became stunned, as if struck by lightning while the color drained from her face. When she raised her head, she realized that Yang Kai was already stepping towards the battlefield with his spear. Xiaohe followed him closely. All of a sudden, she turned her head and said to Chu Huashang, "You have to take good care of yourself from now on." Upon finishing her words, she pulled a face at her. Chu Huashang's eyes were soon drenched in tears as they slid down her face. When she returned to the White Lotus matriarch's side, the intense battle had begun. The morale of White Lotus sect's disciples had been boosted with Yang Kai joining the battle. Those from Righteous Union, who initially could go up against them, were instantly put at a disadvantage as more and more of them lost their lives. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at the battle with a smile. "Chuer, you're lucky to have a man who is so loyal to you." Chu Huashang remained silent while feeling heartbroken. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-47, Farewell. Both sides had respectively sent more than 10,000 people to take part in the battle. Towards the end of the battle, only 10% were left. Even the most powerful cultivators were unable to ensure their own safety in this kind of situation. Lin Taido was eventually killed by Yang Kai, while the rest of the leaders of Righteous Union were all destroyed. However, Yang Kai had been badly injured. After all, he was much older than Lin Taido, so he was no longer as energetic as in the past. He had to take the risk of getting wounded in order to kill Lin Taido with his spear. Xiaohe was also soaked in blood, as her aura was weak. Both of them were on their last legs. Before the remaining White Lotus sect's disciples could cheer for their victory, they heard rumbling sounds coming from the cliffs. At that moment, the ground started shaking. When those who were still alive looked up, their expressions changed drastically. That was because huge rocks could be seen rolling down the precipices while burning arrows rained down on them. Although Yang Kai was drenched in blood, he still held his spear firmly and looked up in a particular direction. Over there, the White Lotus matriarch no longer appeared frail as she looked down with a flushing face. Behind her was Chu Huashang, who clenched her fists while trembling slightly. When rocks and burning arrows finally buried the entire Crimson Wind Canyon, the White Lotus matriarch couldn't help but start guffawing. The last obstacle that hindered her from ruling over the world wasn't Righteous Union, but Yang Kai. She had never been a match for Yang Kai since the beginning. Even though Righteous Union was destroyed, she still couldn't be the overlord of the world. Now, this obstacle was finally wiped out. The death chi that had surrounded her over the years vanished in an instant, and there seemed to be fewer wrinkles on her face now. Judging from how healthy she looked, she could probably live for decades to come. Chu Huashang knew that she had been set up. The White Lotus matriarch had made use of the ambition that had been burning in her heart for years. In recent years, the White Lotus matriarch always appeared to be frail in order to help fan the burning ambition in her heart. The boisterous White Lotus sect's disciples around Chu Hua Shang cheered for their victory. However, the noises sounded so distant to her, as though everything in this world had nothing to do with her anymore. Righteous Union and Lin Tai-do were destroyed while Yang Kai was killed. There was nothing in the world that could stop White Lotus sect from dominating the world. White Lotus sect was now the only great force in the world, and the White Lotus matriarch finally showcased zest that was unlike her age. She was worshipped like an overlord in the headquarters of White Lotus sect by all others. 2 months later, a metallic tang permeated the grand hall. There was a dagger plunged into the White Lotus matriarch's chest. As she lay on her throne, her clothes soaked in blood. She pressed her hand against her chest while gazing at Chu Huashang in disbelief. Why you dare? Chu Huashang was standing on a spot that was a couple of meters away from her. Even though the White Lotus matriarch was dying, a cunning person like her might make the final strike before her death. Certainly, Chu Huashang wouldn't give her the chance. Despite her alluring face, she looked as devious as a viper at this moment. With a dispassionate expression, she said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The White Lotus matriarch coughed up blood. "I haven't passed you the recipe for the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If I die, you won't be able to live either. You'll die in just 3 months." She had complete trust in the freezing blood-burning soul pills, so she had never been suspicious of Chu Huashang. That was the reason she was caught off guard. Only the sect master of White Lotus sect had the right to take control of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Every sect master would pass the recipe to their successor before their death. Are you talking about this? Chu Huashang suddenly fished out a jade bottle from her clothes and poured out dozens of red pills. The White Lotus matriarch widened her eyes in disbelief. How can this be? W, where did you get the recipe? She was certain that she had never told anyone the recipe before, nor had she left behind any clues about it. There was no way Chu Huashang could have obtained it. He gave it to me. Chu Huashang appeared melancholic when she spoke about that person and recalled the incident in Crimson Wind Canyon 2 months ago. Yang Kai passed her something before he left. After the war ended, she checked it and realized that it was the recipe for the freezing, blood-burning soul pills antidotes. Judging from the weathered look of the scroll, it must have been more than 10 years old. In other words, Yang Kai had already obtained this recipe more than 10 years ago. He and Xiao He had probably resolved the poison of the freezing, blood-burning soul pills long ago and were no longer controlled by it. He could have left at any moment, but he had always stayed by her side instead. Regardless of how unreasonable her demands were, he had never refused her. Even when she ordered him to die, he still willingly obliged. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch knew who the person was that Chu Huashang was talking about. After becoming startled for a moment, she put on a bitter smile. I'd never expected that he was an expert in the alchemic Tao on top of everything else. Yang Kai had somehow obtained the antidote recipe while being clueless about it. The only possibility that the White Lotus matriarch could think of was that merely through ingesting and studying the antidotes he got every 3 months, he was able to determine the ingredients and figured out the recipe. Ordinary alchemists would never have been able to pull off such a feat. The White Lotus matriarch even doubted whether her speculation was right despite it being the only possibility. Yes, who could have expected that? Chu Huashang muttered under her breath. The White Lotus matriarch suddenly put on a smile. Good, very good. The sect master of White Lotus sect must be cruel and cold-hearted. You're a woman, so you're already weaker than men, to begin with. If you remain so indecisive, you will destroy our foundation that has been built up for hundreds of years. I knew you were the right person. I'll be able to rest in peace, knowing that you'll be the next sect master. Chu Huashang saluted her in an elegant manner. I ask sect master to go on ahead. The White Lotus matriarch nodded and closed her eyes. Her aura became increasingly weaker until it was completely gone. A moment later, Chu Huashang stepped forward and placed her finger under the White Lotus matriarch's nose. Upon confirming that the older woman was really dead, she moved her corpse and adjusted her own clothes before sitting on the throne of the sect master. She had always dreamed of becoming the sect master, and now her wish had finally been granted. The magnificent throne symbolized unlimited power. She had the right to determine anyone's life or death and command both the righteous and wicked path. The power she had obtained was even greater than the dreams she had as a young child. In this world, White Lotus sect had no more rivals. She looked down at the hall as though she could already envision the countless masters who would come over to pay respects to her. The corners of her mouth curled as she suddenly began to laugh. Life was too short to have a lot of dreams, and a person would be considered lucky if they could make even one of them come true. Chu Huashang had managed to achieve that, and more though. However, innumerable people had lost their lives for her victory. Her unrestrained laugh reverberated across the empty hall, but no one could share her happiness. Presently, she was only accompanied by a corpse. As she laughed, she suddenly broke down into tears. Her tears slid down her face like pearls after the string had snapped. Appearing heartbroken, she covered her face with her hands. There was nothing in the world she feared, while she had the unconditional love of that man. It wasn't until she lost him that she realized he had become an inseparable part of her life. While sitting on the throne, she finally discovered that her dream wasn't worth anything. The man she had always neglected in the past was the most valuable treasure she had. However, she had lost him forever. All she could think of now were those few months she had spent living in that log house by the lake. That was undoubtedly the happiest time in her life. At that moment, she felt she could feel the gentle breeze brushing past her cheek as she placed her hands behind her head. While looking up at the starry sky, she listened to the love story of 9 lives. At that time, there were no deceptions and battles in her life. All she had was that man's unconditional love. She missed that time so much. In the next life, I'll repay what I owe you. Chu Huashang lifted her sword to her neck as the sharp blade cut her delicate skin, preparing to end it all. But while her eyes were drenched in tears, she suddenly caught sight of a figure abruptly appearing before her. The person was wearing a mask made from iron, but even though his face was covered, his figure was all too familiar. Chu Huashang thought that her sorrow was causing her to hallucinate as she looked dazedly at the person, so she did not hesitate to exert more force with her hand. It wasn't until her wrist was clenched by the person that her entire figure shook. Behind that person, Xiaohe stuck out her head while appearing puzzled. Why are you trying to kill yourself all of a sudden? You looked so happy a moment ago. How strange. Old man. Chu Huashang quickly wiped away her tears and asked in a shaking voice. The person took her sword and tossed it away before the weapon clanged to the ground. He gently stroked her head and said, "Good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I won't die so easily." Chu Huashang couldn't believe her eyes as she attempted to take off the person's iron mask. "My face was burned. It might scare you," Yang Kai said. Without hesitation, Chu Huashang took off the mask and saw a contorted face that was caused by burn marks. The face was so hideous that a toddler would break into tears upon seeing it. However, Chu Huashang crashed into the man's embrace and hugged him tightly as though she was trying to merge with his body. She sniffed at the man's scent, as if she was trying to imprint it in the deepest part of her mind. Regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation she had to go through, she would never forget his scent. Yang Kai's clothes were smeared by her tears and snot while the woman was laughing and crying at the same time. Xiaohe looked at them with a tilted head and couldn't help but remark, "The couple has finally gotten together. How wonderful!" All of a sudden, Chu Huashang froze, and the next moment, she lifted her head from the man's embrace and looked up at him with a perplexed expression. "Junior brother?" Yang Kai let out a long breath. "You're finally awake, senior sister." It had been a difficult life for him, as it was much harder to wake Chu Huashang up compared to the previous 8 lives. This couldn't be helped, as Chu Huashang was overly ambitious in this life to the point that she neglected her own feelings. Yang Kai had been working hard to win her heart by staying by her side for 20 years. Even though he had made some progress, he still hadn't managed to shatter her heart barrier. Therefore, he decided to take a risk by helping her fulfill her wish and satisfy her ambition. She would only have time to examine her true feelings after that. Even if the White Lotus matriarch hadn't come up with the plot during the battle at Crimson Wind Canyon, Yang Kai would still have pretended to die to fulfill his plan. However, the White Lotus matriarch's plot almost caused him to really lose his life there. Yang Kai had no idea what would have happened if he was really killed. Fortunately, the outcome turned out to be what he had hoped to see. After going through 9 rounds of reincarnation, Chu Huashang finally resolved her heart and regained herself after her heart barrier was shattered. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4848, Marshall Aunt Luo. "Yes, I'm awake." Chu Huashang snuggled up to Yang Kai with a joyous expression. "Thank you for everything." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and ran his fingers through her hair. Then Chu Huashang lifted her head and looked over his shoulder before asking in puzzlement, "What's going on with Xiaohe?" Since her heart barrier was shattered, her memory was also restored. Certainly, she had recalled everything that had happened in the rounds of reincarnation. Since the 6th life, Xiaohe had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were built upon her heart barrier, which concerned her. She didn't remember anything about a woman named Luo Tinghe. Supposedly, such a person shouldn't have appeared in her samsara worlds. I have no idea either. However, I think we'll find out about it after we leave this place. Chu Huashang nodded and lifted her head from the man's embrace before looking at him with a sly gaze. "Well, I'll see you in the next life then." Yang Kai was flabbergasted upon hearing that, and in a half-panic asked, "There's a next life?" Without replying to him, Chu Huashang winked at him in a cheeky manner. Just then, everything around him started dissipating like a burning picture scroll. Yang Kai watched his own figure disappearing into the void, as his consciousness seemed to have set off on a long journey. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was pitch black around him. Soon, a light tore through the darkness and expanded as the view inside the Samsara Pavilion came into his sight. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realizing that there wasn't a next life. 9 lives was the limit in the Samsara Pavilion, which was also the number of lives Chu Huashang had set up for her heart barrier. She was just pulling a prank earlier. He slowly shook his head as he was torn between tears and laughter. After stepping out of the tree cave, he looked up at the sky. Although he finally returned to the real world, Yang Kai still found it to be surreal. The experiences and hardships he had gone through in the 9 lives were so vivid that it was as though they had just happened the day before. The experiences felt so real that it could be said they had actually happened. Yang Kai could clearly feel that after 9 rounds of reincarnation, he was now in a much calmer state. Only a bit more than 100 years had passed after 9 rounds of reincarnation, but it was equivalent to 1,000 years of training for his mental state. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed a place where hearts were trained and tempered. If a person's cultivation had progressed too quickly while he was in an unstable mental state, he would gain a lot of benefits by training inside the Samsara Pavilion. Without the need for any reason, Yang Kai started walking in a particular direction. Although there were no clear indications, he was certain that Chu Huashang was in that direction. Their hearts were now connected after 9 rounds of reincarnation. While he was on his way, he saw an alluring woman moving towards him. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang put on a smile and shuffled over. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, "Let's go. Martial Ant, you must be worried about us." And Chu Huashang obediently placed her hand in Yang Kai's. A lot of people were moving around outside the Samsara Pavilion. It had been about 130 years since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion. To an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, this was a period of time that was longer than their lifetime. However, to an open heaven realm master, it was no more than a short, secluded cultivation session. When Yu Xiang Dai had some free time recently, she would come here to wait outside the Samsara Pavilion. Unfortunately, after she waited for many years, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were still nowhere in sight. On the other hand, Chun Xiu's 2 disciples had walked out of the Samsara Pavilion not long after they entered it. During the past 10+ years, Yu Xiang Dai had spent more time waiting in this place. That was because, according to her estimations, if Yang Kai could successfully bring Chu Huashang out of the Samsara Pavilion, it would happen around this time. Waiting wasn't something that felt boring to her. She had been waiting for a particular man to notice her for many more years, so she was already used to the feeling. When 2 familiar figures stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion hand in hand, Yu Xiang Dai let out a long breath as the worry in her heart over the years finally abated. Martial Ant Yu, Yang Kai, and Chu Huashang saluted her at the same time. Yu Xiang Dai darted her gaze between the 2 of them with an amiable smile before nodding with satisfaction. "I'm glad that both of you are back. You must have suffered a lot." She had received training in the Samsara Pavilion before, so she knew what they would face inside. Contrary to her initial assumptions, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up must have been extremely difficult to overcome, so the hardships they had gone through must be more intense than her own experiences in the past. "Many thanks for your concern," Martial Ant Yang Kai said. Yu Xiang Dai shook her head. "It's nothing. In any case, both of you must be exhausted. Go get some rest now." "There's no hurry." Yang Kai shook his head and turned to look in the Samsara Pavilion's direction. "Let's wait a while longer." A puzzled Yu Xiang Dai asked, "What are you waiting for?" Chu Huashang knew what Yang Kai was waiting for, but just when she was ready to ask Yu Xiang Dai whether the latter knew someone named Luo Ting, Yu Xiang Dai widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked over their shoulders. At that moment, a powerful aura could be felt rapidly approaching them. Chu Huashang turned her head and saw Xiaohe descending from the sky with a smile. She soon landed on the ground. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang traded glances, as they had already expected it. Xiaohe had always appeared by their side since the 6th life. Therefore, they speculated that she must be a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven, who for some reason was swept into their samsara worlds. Now they had gone through 9 rounds of reincarnation and left the Samsara Pavilion. It must be the same case for Luo Ting He. The person Yang Kai was waiting for was naturally Luo Ting He. Judging from Yu Xiang Dai's expression, it was apparent that she knew Luo Ting He. Moreover, they seemed really close. "Senior Sister Luo." Disbelief was written all over Yu Xiang Dai's face as she spoke in a shaking voice, clearly on the brink of breaking into tears as she asked, "Is that really you, Senior Sister Luo?" Upon hearing how Yu Xiang Dai addressed the woman, Chu Huashang realized something. Luo Ting He and her honored master were supposedly from the same generation, but she had never heard of her before. "Xiao Dai." Luo Ting He called out with a smile. The next moment, Yu Xiang Dai crashed into Luo Ting He's arms and hugged her tightly as her shoulders trembled. Luo Ting He's face twitched as she gazed at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang with a helpless expression. She patted Yu Xiang Dai's back and said, There, there. You're an adult now, so why do you still love to cry just like when you were a child? Where's that good-for-nothing boy? Did he bully you? While hugging her tightly, Yu Xiongdai shook her head. A helpless Luo Tinghe muttered in a small voice, "They're watching you." It was only then that Yu Xiongdai started flushing as she bashfully moved away. Then she turned her head to glower at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. One of them quickly looked up at the sky while the other gazed at the ground. "Why haven't you saluted her yet?" Yu Xiongdai spoke in a stern voice in an attempt to restore her authority. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang quickly cupped their fists. "Greetings, Martial Aunt Luo." Luo Tinghe waved her hand. "Stop calling me that. It's not like we're strangers. Just call me Xiaohe as usual." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This junior wouldn't dare. In their 9th life, he had always called his crazy and muddle-headed personal bodyguard Xiaohe. Since he was aware of her true identity now, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite. A perplexed Yu Xiongdai gazed at Luo Ting. He as she had no idea why her senior sister and Yang Kai seemed to be so familiar with one another. Just then, Luo Ting frowned, as though she was bothered by some kind of difficulty. "We'll catch up later. There's something I have to do now." Yu Xiongdai quickly asked, "Do you need any help?" With a smile, Luo Ting stroked the other woman's head. "My internal chi is surging, and my small universe is trembling now. I'm about to achieve a breakthrough. How are you going to help me?" A pleasantly surprised Yu Xiongdai asked, "You're about to achieve a breakthrough?" Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were shocked as well. Luo Tinghe's aura had been conspicuous since she stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion, and the fluctuations she gave off indicated that she was a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai initially thought that she was unable to curb her aura after staying in the Samsara Pavilion for too long. Apparently, that wasn't the case, though. The reason behind it was that she was about to achieve a breakthrough. Since she was a 7th-order open heaven realm master now, naturally she was going to ascend to the 8th order. An 8th-order open heaven realm master would be considered a supreme elder or ancestor in any of those cave heavens or paradises. It wasn't that Yang Kai had never seen 8th-order open heaven realm masters before, but it was the first time he was about to witness a 7th-order open heaven realm master ascending to the 8th order. His interest had been piqued. If nothing unexpected happened, he would make it to the 8th order open heaven realm one day, as well. If he could observe the process now, he might gain something from it that would help with his breakthrough in the future. Chu Huashang shared the same sentiment, so she stared fixedly at Luo Tinghe. The next instant, Luo Tinghe leaped into the air and said to Yu Xiongdai, "Wait for me. I'll be right back." Certainly, Yu Xiongdai would wait for her return. Luo Tinghe didn't head to a faraway place, stopping at a spot that was 1,000 or so kilometers away from the spirit province where the Samsara Pavilion was located, as she sat down with her legs crossed and formed a hand seal. The world force swirled around her as the illusory phantom of her small universe flickered behind her back. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang stared fixedly at her. All of a sudden, Yu Xiongdai turned around and saluted the two of them. "Thank you." A flabbergasted Yang Kai stepped aside and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean, Martial Aunt you?" Chu Huashang also had no idea what was going on. She didn't understand why Yu Xiongdai saluted them as they were her juniors. Yu Xiongdai said, "Thank you for bringing senior sister Luo out of the Samsara Pavilion." Yang Kai exchanged glances with Chu Huashang, then shook his head. "You've got it wrong, Martial Aunt you. We didn't do anything. Instead, Martial Aunt Luo helped us a lot. It is we who should thank her." Yu Xiongdai put on a smile. "Do you know how long senior sister Luo has been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion?" Before they could reply to her, she went on to say, "It has been 2,000 years. 2,000 years." Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were astounded upon hearing that. Although they had speculated that Luo Ting, he was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven who had barged into their samsara worlds, they hadn't expected that she had been trapped inside for 2,000 years. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples trained their hearts. Although the place appeared serene, it was paved with danger. Regardless of whether they cultivated the heartfelt Tao or the heartless Tao, Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had to fall in love at some point in order to advance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 48-49. Incredible Contribution. It was rumored that the disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven were all lascivious people. However, they didn't know that these seemingly unscrupulous people were the most loyal partners out there. A lot of Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples entered the Samsara Pavilion to receive training and set up heart barriers for themselves, but they became lost inside forever. Since time immemorial, countless Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion as they were no longer able to tell reality and illusion apart. They had lost their way in the rounds of reincarnation. Luo Ting, he was one of them. There had never been any news about her since she entered the Samsara Pavilion 2,000 years ago. It wasn't until this day that she reappeared. Senior sister cultivated the heartfelt Tao, and she had a partner who was also deeply in love with her. Although the challenge was difficult for them, they were supposedly able to surmount it. Unfortunately, what happened? Chu Huashang asked with anxiety. Although she knew that something must have happened that caused Luo Ting he to be trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, she still couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Yu Xiang Dai shook her head and let out a sigh. Senior sister is a willful person. When she decides to do something, no one can stop her. That day, Brother Su had an argument with her, saying that no one could pass the test of 9 reincarnations in the Samsara Pavilion. Senior sister argued that she could do it, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone about it. Brother Su and I were unable to stop her, and at that time, Senior Brother Sun was trying to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Although she didn't explain who Senior Brother Sun was, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang knew that he was supposed to be Luo Tinghe's partner. She had faith in the love between them, and she believed that Senior Brother Sun would be able to bring her out of the Samsara Pavilion, so she didn't have a discussion with him before that. An accident happened when Senior Brother Sun was trying to ascend to the 8th Order, and he passed away. Yu Xiang Dai appeared melancholic as she recalled the incident from 2,000 years ago. The higher the order in the open heaven realm, the harder it is to achieve a breakthrough. Although Senior Brother Sun was well prepared, he still failed in his attempt in the end. Was that why Marshal Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion? Chu Huashang asked. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Since Senior Brother Sun had passed away, no one could shatter Senior Sister Luo's heart barrier anymore. That was why no one was able to bring her out of that place. Chu Huashang suddenly recalled something as she said, "So, the person that honored master had mentioned was Marshal Aunt Luo." Yu Xiangdai shot her a curious glance. What did Brother Su say? Chu Huashang replied, "There was once when honored master was quite drunk. He said he had wronged a senior sister long ago, but he didn't delve into it, so I wasn't sure what he was talking about." Now, it seems that the person he had mentioned was Marshal Aunt Luo. If he hadn't argued with Luo Ting, she wouldn't have dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim and become trapped inside it for such a long time. Yu Xiangdai snorted. Humph, he's guilty of wronging more than just one senior sister. Chu Huashang knew a thing or two about what was going on between her honored master and Yu Xiangdai, but she wouldn't dare to say anything now, so she just stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai realized a problem. Martial Uncle's son passed away after Martial Aunt Luo entered the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't until 2,000 years had passed that she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. Does it mean that she isn't aware of what happened? I suppose she's aware of it. Yu Xiang Dai put on a bitter smile. Back then, Brother Su and I entered the Samsara Pavilion to look for her. There was once when we finally found her and told her about the news. At that time, her memory had been restored, but she soon reincarnated into the next life. Brother Su and I couldn't find her again after that. Yang Kai nodded in response. A puzzled Chu Hua Shang asked, in that case, how did Martial Aunt Luo manage to leave the Samsara Pavilion together with me? Yu Xiang Dai replied, that's where I have to thank you. Both of you have been through 9 reincarnations, right? Yang Kai and Chu Huashang nodded their heads together. At that time, Brother Su argued with Senior Sister that no one could ever pass the test of 9 reincarnations. Senior Sister said that she and Senior Brother's son could do that, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone. Brother Su and I thought that the heart barrier she had set up must have something to do with Senior Brother's son and her, and that they must experience 9 reincarnations together for her to leave. However, now it seems that it was just one of the ways to break the heart barrier. Another way to do it was to witness another couple passing the test of 9 reincarnations. The 2 of you completed just that, so Senior Sister Luo's heart barrier was also shattered. That was why she could leave the Samsara Pavilion. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, it was no wonder that Martial Aunt Luo had started appearing by our side after the 6th life. It seems that our reincarnations had something to do with her heart barrier. That was the only reasonable explanation. Yang Kai had always wondered why Xiao He had started appearing by Chu Huashang and his side with different identities since the 6th life. He initially thought that she was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven, whose consciousness happened to be tangled up with their reincarnations. Now, it seemed that it had something to do with the heart barrier she had built as she had to witness another couple completing the test of 9 reincarnations. Hence, she started taking part in their journey in the 6th life. The experiences in the previous lives were still all right, but when Yang Kai recalled that he had been bossing Luo Ting he around when she was his personal bodyguard in the 9th life, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He thus asked in a small voice, Martial Aunt Yu, is Martial Aunt Luo a small-minded person? Yu Xiang Dai shot him a glance. What's wrong? Did you do anything wrong to her in the Samsara Pavilion? Yang Kai quickly denied it. No. How could that be possible? Yu Xiang Dai smiled gently. I don't know if Senior Sister is a small-minded person, but Brother Su was always bullied by her when he was a boy. Both of us were raised by Senior Sister. So while she's like an elder sister, she is also like a mother to us. If Brother Su finds out that she has gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, I'm sure he'll be relieved. Yang Kai said nonchalantly, when Martial Uncle Su returns to Yinyang Cave Heaven, he'll naturally find out about this good news. Yu Xiang Dai and Chu Huashang fell silent. A lot of people are coming. Yang Kai suddenly looked into the distance. Although they were 1,000 kilometers apart, Yang Kai could still feel the surging world force coming from Luo Ting He. As they spoke, the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven, who had rarely stepped out of their homes, began showing up. It was apparent that they became aware of the ascension attempt. Chun Xiu rushed over to this place with his 2 disciples as they watched the ascension from a place that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Beside him were Tao Lingwan and Feng Qingxi, who gently nodded at Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai nodded back at them. There were also a lot of 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that Yang Kai had never seen before. In just over an hour, Hundreds of open heaven realm masters had arrived in groups or as individuals as they found suitable locations to observe Luo Ting, his ascension. It was rare to see a seventh order open heaven realm master ascending to the eighth order even in the cave heavens and paradises. So whenever that happened, it would attract countless open heaven realm masters to come over. To those who intended to make it to the eighth order, such observation was greatly beneficial to them. Even those who didn't have the chance to ascend to the eighth order, they could still watch it, as they might get something out of it. Although Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of any eighth order open heaven realm masters, he could faintly feel that some people were paying attention to this place in the dark. There was no doubt that they were the ancestors of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Senior Sister is a genius who is one of the most talented people in the cave heavens and paradises. When she ascended to the open heaven realm, she did so directly to the seventh order. There was a proud expression on Yu Xiangdai's face when she mentioned Luo Ting, he, Yang Kai, and Chu Huashang were astounded. She directly broke through to the seventh order? Yu Xiangdai nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Most of the open heaven realm masters in the world had no hope of making it to the high-rank open heaven realm in their lifetime. Their starting point determined how far they could go in the open heaven realm. Those who started out below the fifth order open heaven realm would never see the high rank. Even those who directly ascended to the fifth order would be at risk of losing their lives when trying to break through. However, Luo Ting, he had directly made it to the seventh order. In other words, her starting point in the open heaven realm was already much higher than 99% of all open heaven realm masters. This kind of disparity was truly dispiriting. Yang Kai knew that there were people who could directly ascend to the seventh order, as he too had such a dream in the past. Only by directly ascending to the seventh order would one stand a chance to reach the highest ninth order. That was the peak of the open heaven realm. Nevertheless, life was not a bed of flowers. Although he had a solid foundation and heritage, Yang Kai was forced and made his decision to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the end. After he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his starting point in the open heaven realm became the sixth order, which was equivalent to the core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. At that time, he didn't understand why those from the cave heavens and paradises repeatedly stopped him from ascending to the seventh order, and even risked tarnishing their reputations to oppress him. So he was furious about it. Although he found out that it had something to do with the Black Ink clan at a later time, he still couldn't get over it completely. After all, his pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao had been cut off. This was something that was unforgivable. In the 3,000 worlds, apparently, only the disciples born in the cave heavens and paradises who were proven to be loyal and righteous had the right to directly ascend to the seventh order. Even taking all 108 cave heavens and paradises into consideration, only one such disciple would emerge every 1,000 years or so. Luo Ting, he was one such disciple. It was the greatest honor to be able to directly ascend to the seventh order, and it was also a symbol of power. Only a person like her had the right to take a peek at the greatest power of the ninth order. Yang Kai had never expected that Luo Ting. He was a cultivator who had directly broken through to the seventh order. It was also his first time meeting such a person. He could imagine that those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven must have been heartbroken when Luo Ting, he was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion back then. They must have put in a lot of effort to save her, but it was apparent that their attempts had failed. By going through 9 reincarnations, Chu Huashang and Yang Kai accidentally brought Luo Ting, he out of the Samsara Pavilion. In other words, both of them had made an incredible contribution to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. That was because they didn't just save a high-rank open heaven realm master, but a potential master who could rise to the greatest heights in the future. There was no doubt that of the two of them, Yang Kai had made a bigger contribution. That was because he was the one who had been working hard to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier throughout the 9 reincarnations. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved both Luo Ting, he and Chu Huashang. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.